Yes, I'm starting it now. It's going live. I'll let you know when we're live. We're live now. Thank you.
Great. Welcome to the council meeting of August 9th. Welcome back, everybody, after summer break. Will the clerk please call the meeting to order?
Vice Mayor Burt. Councilmember Cormack.
Here.
Mayor Du Bois.
Here.
Councilmember Filsath.
Here.
Councilmember Ku.
Here.
Councilmember Stone.
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
For the record, we have a quorum.
Okay, our first item tonight is a closed session. It's a conference with labor negotiators. Let's see if there are any members of the public that wish to speak to this item before we go into closed session. And I'm not seeing any hands.
And in case it did not record, I am present.
Okay, glad you could join us. Can I get a motion to go into closed session?
So moved.
Second.
All right, so we are voting to go into closed session. Vice Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
I'll vote yes. Councilmember Filsath,
Yes.
Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
and Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Okay, 7-0. So we are going to go into closed session and we're scheduled to come back at 6 o'clock. Okay, we're returning from the closed session with no reportable action. We're going to continue on with our meeting agenda. So the next item is agenda changes, additions, deletions. We have a couple of changes. So we're going to move item 15 to be the first action item tonight. This was the appointment of city employees to new director positions. And then if we can stick to schedule, we may start item 13 around 9 o'clock instead of 9:30. Just wanted to give people a heads up on that one. All right, so we're going to move ahead with oral communications. This is time for members of the public to speak to an item that's not otherwise on the agenda. I'm going to go back to 3 minutes for public speakers unless we have over 10 speakers. So please raise your hand if you'd like to speak on oral communications. Oops. Okay, I see 7 speakers, so we will go with 3 minutes and we will stop taking names after the end of the second speaker. So the first speaker is Keith Bennett. Keith, are you able to speak? Okay, I don't think I'm able to unmute him. Oop,
Okay, am I unmuted now?
you are unmuted.
Hi, I'm Keith Bennett, a long-term resident of Palo Alto, active in Save Palo Alto's groundwater. The front page of Sunday's San Jose Mercury News was all about California's historic drought. As a result of climate change, drought is becoming both more frequent and more severe. The state and Valley Water have both declared drought emergencies. While hiking in a Rastreato Preserve, I noticed the 1.5 million gallon Corte Madera Reservoir is being replaced. Last year, dewatering for a single family residence at 2361 Lewis discharged 20 million gallons of groundwater to the storm drains, 15 times as much as the Corte Madera Reservoir holds. This year, 2170 Waverly will begin broad area dewatering soon, not even bothering to use cutoff walls, which are explicitly approved but not required under the city's dewatering ordinance. We don't believe the city should permit any dewatering during this and other severe droughts. In addition to having significant impacts, including aggravating subsidence, further reducing soil moisture around trees, reducing freshwater flows to the bay that reduce saltwater intrusion, and reducing the recharge of the deeper aquifer levels upon which the city relies for emergency water, pumping simply sends the wrong message about conservation. Reiner Schein, we cannot afford to waste water. We request new regulations that require use or recharge of all groundwater pumped for construction dewatering during periods when either the state, Valley Water, or Palo Alto utilities have requested or mandated reduction of water use, or anytime Palo Alto has declared a drought surcharge on water utility rates. The ordinance should prohibit all discharge of groundwater to the storm drains or sewer during such periods. Urgently, we ask council to make an emergency ordinance for this year. We have no time to lose to stop this completely unnecessary waste of groundwater, a valuable resource. The SCAP principles say the city will lead by example. We are looking for the city to lead by example and policy. Please look for the email titled Emergency Dewatering Regulations I have sent. Thanks for listening, and we are looking forward to the council taking action.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Cole, followed by Jimmy Apfel.
Hello, Council, Mayor, and City Manager. I wanted to speak to you this evening about the UN report on climate change. It's been called a red flag warning for humanity. They talk about humans are to blame, full stop. There's no exceptions. Temperatures will keep rising. Weather is getting extreme. Our polar ice cap or Antarctica is going to be ice-free pretty soon. And sea level will continue to rise no matter what. this is the last council that can address this issue if we are to have any success with our 80 by 30 climate goals. If you don't act now, it's not going to happen. In previous reports, they talk about rapid, far-reaching, and unprecedented action that must be taken to address climate change. So far, this does not describe any of the actions that the city has taken, nor does it describe any of the actions in the next year and a half that have been put out by the ad hoc committee for their schedule. So we need to act faster than that. Specifically, I would like to see council direct staff to seek an exemption on the CEQA requirement. Staff is pretty dead set on this, but I think that the emergency provision in CEQA or the exemption possibly having common sense exemption having no possibility of impact on the environment are two good examples of exemptions that would be applicable in this case. So I'd like to see council direct staff to seek those exemptions, thereby freeing up staff time and energy and resources, and to shrink the schedule to have some meaningful actions happen before December 2022, which is currently the adoption of the SCAP by council. We just don't have a year and a half to wait before we take some real substantial action. So that's my request to council. And if you have any problems with seeking an exemption or you don't think it's an emergency, then we have a whole different problem to talk about. But I think it's appropriate to seek that exemption and move forward as rapidly as possible. Treat this as a pandemic like you did last year and move forward as fast as possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Jimmy Apfel to be followed by Stacy Ashland. And Jimmy, you should be able to talk.
Good evening. Yeah. Good evening. My name is James Apfel, and I'm honored to serve as a government and community relations coordinator for Bloom Energy, a clean, resilient energy company founded right here in Silicon Valley with nearly 800 local employees. During the past 18 months, we have learned more than ever the vital role of our frontline hospital and healthcare workers, doctors, nurses, lab technicians, orderlies, emergency medical technicians, administrators, and others, all putting our health before their own throughout the COVID crisis. It's why I'm asking you to join me this Sunday, on Sunday morning, August 22nd, for our inaugural Stars and Strides community run to support and celebrate our frontline hospital workers and the patients they serve. Our ambitious goals for our inaugural Stars and Strides community run will be much more attainable with your help and participation. First, our financial goal is to raise and donate $250,000 to the Valley Medical Center Foundation as they support 3 county hospitals and 14 health clinics, which collectively provide healthcare services to more than 1 million of our neighbors annually. Second, our participation goal, 4,000 paid participants in our Silicon Valley Bank 5K run or walk, our Synaptics 10K run, or our HP Incorporated Kids Fun run. Third, our volunteer goal, 400 caring volunteers pre-race or race day to further ensure our participants have a fun, safe, and healthy experience. Our Bloom Energy Stars and Strides community run will start and finish at Discovery Meadow in downtown San Jose. And I'm asking you to join us. If you are unable to attend physically, you can still participate in our Bank of America Step Up in Spirit virtual run. To further ensure the health and safety of our participants and volunteers, we have been coordinating with the County Health Office over the past several months to ensure that we follow all health protocols before, during, and after the event. Tonight, I have 3 requests. First, please register you and your family. Registration is easy at starsandstridesrun.com. For our elected leaders, we ask that you please sign up under the California Water Service Elected Official Executive 5K Challenge. Second, please reach out to your own database of community members. We have sample text you can consider using to make it easy. Third, we would be honored to work with your professional staff and to be included in any online community communications between now and race day. Our community and our planet have faced difficult challenges these past 18 months. We now have an opportunity to gather outdoors in a safe setting to celebrate and support our frontline hospital and healthcare workers on August 22nd. Please join us and spread the word throughout our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. So our final speaker will be Chris Robel, but our next speaker will be Stacy Ashland, followed by Debbie Mytels.
Hi. Welcome back from recess. Mayor Du Bois and council members and staff, I appreciate this opportunity to speak to you tonight. I'm speaking tonight about the safe firearm storage ordinance that council approved for staff to draft at your meeting last December. We look forward to seeing this safe storage ordinance brought before City Council for discussion. As a volunteer with the local chapter of Moms Demand Action for Gun Safety, as well as Palo Alto League of Women Voters Gun Safety Committee, both organizations are available and happy to assist in any way possible. Thank you so much for your time and attention to this matter.
Thank you for being short and to the point. Debbie Mytels, followed by Hamilton Hitchings, if Hamilton is still here. Debbie? You can unmute yourself.
Okay, hi. I'm Debbie Mytels. I live at 2824 Lewis in Palo Alto and have been here for 45 years now. I'm also an active volunteer with the 350 Palo Alto team and the Fossil Free Buildings of Silicon Valley campaign. As David Cole mentioned just a few minutes ago, the news today of the latest IPCC report is just another reminder that climate change is here now, and we must act quickly and strongly to ensure that our Earth's climate does not deteriorate much further. There are really four main areas where we need to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions that are causing Earth to heat up: the electricity supply, transportation, buildings, and industrial emissions. Thankfully, due to our Palo Alto utilities, we here in Palo Alto can already check off as done the elimination of GHGs from the electricity supply. So now we need to use the clean, renewable electricity in our wires to replace fossil fuels in transportation, buildings, and industrial processes. And we need to ensure that this is done in an equitable way. As a member of the Fossil Free Buildings Coalition, I'm here to update you on our work and introduce a program that you and our city residents may want to use. To assist residents in switching to electric, we have started a volunteer ambassador program. Residents who have switched one or more of their home heating, water heating, cooking, or other appliances are available to answer questions from others who want to make the switch. This free service will provide information on rebates, suggestions on how to get started, informal referrals to contractors, and recommendations on equipment. To get in touch with a home electrification ambassador, simply go to the website of fossilfreebuildings.org, scroll down the button to the button for the Electric Home Ambassador program, fill in the form with your contact information, and answer a few questions so we can help you. An ambassador will get in touch. So again, the website is fossilfreebuildings.org. We look forward to hearing from any council member or resident who has had questions about how to switch to electric. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So Hamilton Hitchings had his hand up. Hamilton, do you still want to speak?
My apologies. I just have a really quick question. I know a lot of us want to speak on the consent calendar, and just wanted to find out if there's an opportunity when we get to that item for the public to speak before there's a vote on it. Thank you.
Yes, there will be. Michael Elliott, and then our final speaker, Chris Robel.
Well, hi, everyone. I'm Michael Elliott, Acting Executive Director of the Valley Medical Center Foundation. You heard from my friend James from Bloom Energy earlier on our event on August 22nd, the Stars and Strides 5K, 10K. I want to say a few things about my organization that will be the beneficiary. We are the nonprofit that supports our public safety net healthcare system here in Santa Clara County. And there's a reason that we are the most vaccinated urban county in the United States. And that's largely been because of the response of our public system to deliver vaccines into the arms of our residents. And that's also been because of incredible support from the community supporting those efforts. And that's what August 22nd is about. As we all know, COVID isn't over, and we're going to continue to raise funds to support COVID response efforts. And we hope you'll all come out on that day to support the Valley Medical Center Foundation and to support Stars and Strides. Once again, it's www.starsandstridesrun.com, and we would be honored and delighted to have you join us. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. And our last speaker will be Chris Rebel.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Okay. Thank you, Council. So I wanted to briefly, I don't know if you're on Nextdoor and saw this post. There's, I don't know, many dozens of people piling on about it. This is with respect to a protected tree that's been being taken down at, I think it's at 2470 Bryant, and a very large, I think it's an oak tree, maybe a redwood tree, but it's protected. And some of the comments that are made is that there's the arborist, the city arborist is not being replaced. I don't know if that's true or not. I haven't got a response from the department as to whether that's true, but and that this is just being done for the developments taking priority. So I don't know, but I think most of us believe in climate change. And I think this is one of the areas where we should be really strong in terms of the protected tree ordinance and really making sure that this makes sense. There's a lot of people that are, I'm not deep in this particular tree, but I think it should really be looked at closely. And I think it's already halfway down anyway, but a lot of people are piling on about it. And I think it would be good to communicate with regarding what the plans are to replace the arborist. Hopefully there is a plan to do that. And then secondly, related to climate change, I'm hoping that as I know the plans are being formulated on that, that we're looking at things that, you know, don't cost money, that are easy, the low-hanging fruit to help address these things. This is an example: protecting our canopy, not allowing people to idle. And I've seen council members idling SUVs for more than 2 minutes. And, you know, I mean, simple things like that, not, you know, having an electric vehicle where it can make sense. Like, but I think there are things that are difficult, like retrofitting gas, and those are expensive and involved. And those things that cost a lot of money, particularly when their neighboring communities are not doing it, I think is something that's a little bit over the top. And I'm hoping we're not going to be contemplating some tax or some draconian measure like that to do something. I really think that climate change initiatives are something that you don't solve at a street level or a block level or a city level. It needs to be at at least at hopefully a state level or a federal level, but pushing these things and driving a lot of costs specifically into our city to do this thing. We're not going to solve this alone. It doesn't take a village, it takes a country, or at least a state. So please think about that as we're going through these things. Let's do the low-hanging fruit at the city level. Thank you.
All right, thank you to all our public speakers. Council usually takes a break about this time of night. We're going to take a 10-minute break. So we'll be back here at 6:53, and we'll hit the minutes and the consent calendar. So if you're watching, please come back on time, and we'll see everybody then. Okay, council members, if you're back, if you could put your camera on, please. Okay, I see a quorum. So let's go ahead and resume our meeting. We're on item number 2, which is minutes approval. I'm looking for a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
All right, it's moved by Councilmember Filseth, seconded by Councilmember Koo. We'll start voting with Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Okay, I will vote yes. Councilmember Filseth,
Yes.
Councilmember Koo,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
and Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Okay, so that passes on a 7-0 vote. We'll move on to our consent calendar. So these are for items that council doesn't discuss. So we will register no votes, or if council members want to pull an item, and then we'll go to the public for comment, and then we'll vote. So please raise your hand if you have a no vote or want to pull. Councilmember Koo.
I'd like to pull item number 5, but I don't know if I have
Or you
support.
take public comment first?
We'll do it after we have the, this is the way we've done it.
And if not, I would like to register a no vote on that. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Cormack.
I'd like to register a no vote on item 10.
Okay, Councilmember Burt.
I'd like to pull item 5, but I actually do concur that it's better to hear public comment before determining a poll, because the public comment can influence council members. That's part of the purpose of it.
I mean, that can, this is the way we've been handling it.
Okay.
Councilmember Tanaka.
I also want to pull number 5. I concur that I've never agreed that we should decide this before public comment, so we should switch it around. Yeah, it's a pull 5 or no if we don't have enough votes. I think we have enough votes. I'm also no on 1, 2, and 6.
No on 1, 2, and 6. Okay. Yeah, this has been our practice. So item number 5 has 3 votes, so it will be pulled. And members of the public can either speak now or they could speak when it would come back to council. We will not be taking the item up tonight. Okay, so now we'll go to members of the public. So please raise your hand.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, real quick, Councilmember Tanaka registered a no vote on 1 and 2, but neither of those are on consent. Did he mean 3 and 4?
Thank you.
Yes, actually, good point. Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Stone.
No
I
problem.
meant 3 and 4, and number 6. Correct. Sorry about that.
Okay, thank you for catching that. Okay, I know that we have about 12 speakers. So let's see, so we're at 10. So we will go with 2 minutes and we will stop taking hands after the second speaker has spoken. So let's go ahead and start with Grace Ma.
Okay. Good evening. Hi. My name is Grace Ma, and I'm the president of Stevenson House. I just want to reiterate the intention of the board of directors of Stevenson House and how we appreciate the supporting of homeless community members in Palo Alto. We want the residents of Stevenson House, however, and the community members of the neighborhood to be safe in the neighborhood as required by the safe parking program, which says that the proposed safe parking used at the location requested will not adversely affect the health, safety, or welfare of persons residing or working in the surrounding area. So we want to ask for the checking of violent felons, sexual offenders, and child molesters as a safety issue. Move Mountain View does not check for any of these dangers, relying on only self-reporting of the clients. Checking for dangerous individuals does not take 6 to 8 weeks, as UUCPA has stated. If checks really took that long, we would have an issue with that delay also. Various checking companies state that checks can be done instantaneously and also or just for a few days and for a nominal cost. Our cautious position is in alignment with safety considerations for our residents and children in the neighborhood. We support serving the homeless in our community in a timely fashion according to the Housing First principles. And I thank the 3 council members for pulling the consent agenda item tonight. I have a number of residents from Stevenson House who are going to speak, and there are some that have Zoomed in from their apartments. So if you have Zoomed in as a resident, please make sure to click the raise your hand button on the Zoom. So now we'll go to our next speaker.
Thank you. I understand we have a translator, and I'm going to apologize if I mispronounce your name, but Zi Kwang Wu.
Go ahead.
女士先生们，下午好。关于那个国家口规则，居住在那个我们各地的教堂的停车棚这个问题，我们已经讨论了几次了。今天又开这个会，证明感谢政府、市政府，感谢我们的那个我们的董事会对这个事情的特别关心、特别关注。我们作为史蒂文森House的居民，我们是有一些顾虑，因为我们对那些物价口规则不是太了解，他们之前有什么有没有什么不良的记录啊？我们不是太了解。如果他们住在那里，对我们的日常生活不造成困扰，不会影响我们的那个正常的生活，我们是不会有意见的。所以我们希望呢，能够还是查查他们的背景，这样对我们大家都比较负责任，对我们居住的那个 house 里边的公民的安全各方面也是比较，对我们也是负责任的。我们感谢。至于别的，这是我自己的意见。然后我代替我们那个爱栋224一个居民，爱栋224，他叫阮敏，他因为他今天有事情不能来参加，他让我带他问问，就是一个就是，他们会不会进来使用我们的卫生间、洗手间？然后他们是不是长期的居住？好，谢谢大家，我就这里，谢谢。
And now with the translator.
Yeah. Hello, hi. Am I off? Can you guys hear me?
Hi,
Yes.
so I'm speaking on behalf of.
Oh, wait a second.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, okay. So good afternoon. Thank you very much for letting me speak on behalf of Stevenson residents. I know that we have discussed this matter a couple of times about the safe parking surrounding the church. So thank you again for letting me speak. And I know that City Council and Board of Director has been very serious about this matter. And as a Stevenson resident, I wanted to tell you some of our concerns. We are not familiar with some of these applicants who are homeless. So we don't know if they have any previous bad records. We are totally okay with them staying around the area if they don't cause any disturbance to our daily life. So we would like to have the City Council or whoever is responsible to check their backgrounds for our safety. So thank you very much. And on behalf of a neighbor, I think it's at 822 Ran Ying, she wanted to ask whether these people will be using our bathrooms and if they are going to stay at the parking lot long term. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So again, just to let people know, I see a lot of hands. This item has been pulled. There will be a chance to speak to this item when it comes back to council. And there's also a chance to speak to this item on item number 13 when we were talking about our homeless plan. So if people want to consider whether they want to speak on this now, would appreciate that. Our next speaker is Suyan Han. I believe, I don't know if that speaker is with Grace Mo.
Okay, go. Hello, I am speaking in behalf of Shujan Khan. Her biggest, she is a resident here, and her biggest concern is, as mentioned, the safety. She supports this program as long as there has been background checks done on the applicants, only because they do often leave their windows open and they're letting those open overnight or late at night. So they're just concerned with the safety for themselves. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Li Fu Yan.
Oh, that's me. Hello again. So I'm speaking on behalf of Li Fu Yang. He and his wife are also a resident here at Stevenson House. Their biggest concern again is safety. They support this program as long as background checks are done on the applicants. They had another concern was that if there was a way to, so connecting us and the church next door is a bridge. They were asking if there is a way for us to block off the bridge during the night and then reopen it when it is daytime again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Lian Sang.
Okay, Lian Sang is coming up to the microphone. Yeah, just put it in.
Did you hear about Al? No. Did you hear about it?
Sorry, we're having a little technical difficulty. One of our residents recorded a statement, and so, okay, sorry, here it is.
他有条件会知道好多公寓的那个区，他为什么会这个？他要说他得到晚上12点钟到那个，因为这些公寓它有规矩，你这样的话你就不能对的，他为什么不能知道？他可以到处停，这是亚可威的特点，这是它的特点，我很愿意讲。大多数是好的，但是也有 S 的，也有些特点，你不能否认吧？啊。 这个疫苗他打了没有？也可能是没有打的吧。你这里没有严格的规定，他说你绝对不能说他在中国的生产中起什么起作用，对不对？这是我就讲你性格有什么东西。第三，如果他爬到身体的谁来管？万一他来了，你说他有摄像头，摄像头他的他不然，他手上是有他没带手的呀。 你跑到去你的哪办？这个地方规定有你有这个打针的这个，但是他一般的口罩就摆在那里，你两个手。还有，我觉得他不服当，最后讲到那到处跑来跑去到厕所间到楼上门票，我觉得不安全。4条线2、3、4，这个我觉得前面就讲，我认为不合适。 不同意，我们第4反映这个意见是不可以的。还有为什么
Okay, that's it.
And Angela.
Okay, sorry, council. I absolutely cannot hear anything that person said. I kind of heard about vaccine and something about bathroom, but I cannot hear it. So Grace, if you're there, can you translate on his behalf?
Hi, I'm going to translate on his behalf. So he had a couple concerns. He's not for the program. He knows that he thinks that the applicants, they're pretty independent, so there's no one to regulate them. They can come to Stevenson House whenever they want. How are we going to manage if we know they're vaccinated or if they're wearing masks on the property? I think that's it.
Okay, thank you, and appreciate the ability to have the Chinese speakers and the translators tonight. Our next speaker is Michael Slack.
Okay, Michael.
Hi, I am Michael Slack, and I'm speaking on specifically on the need for security background checks for the safe parking program. I've been a resident of Stevenson House for 17 years, and I have had a security background check, as do all the residents here. I'm also a teacher and have to have a security background check each year to renew my substitute credential. And as do all the teachers in the surrounding schools of the Unitarian Church where this program will go. And it's possible, I don't know, but you probably are subjected to background checks all of the time for your employment, rent, or mortgage, or whatever. So the other programs around the area, some other programs around the area, also have these, require these background checks. And it seems to me reasonable that to handle the problem of safety and security, that there be security background checks for people who are part of the safe parking program. Thank you.
Sorry, next speaker is Eva Lang.
Thank you. My name is Eva Lang, and I'm a resident of, can you hear me? I'm a resident of Stevenson House. I think it's been approximately 10 years. And I'm in agreement with background check, although I do want to say that I'm also in agreement with that has been noted earlier about the church has been operating homeless shelters for more than 20 years on a rotating shelter network that involves other local churches. So it seems to me that would say that they have a good record. And so, but my concern is times are different. People are more desperate. You know, we're all trying to not be overreactive, and but we continually want to help our fellow people. We want them to be safe as we are safe. And so, you know, so what I'm saying with the background check would not only protect residents here, but people who participate in the parking program. They would be protected also. The other thing about the background check that I saw is that it said that if you have a driver's license, that makes it very easy and efficient to do it. And so I thought that was a good idea. So thank you for listening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nikki Cooley, followed by Jill Harris.
Good evening. My name is Nikki Cooley, and I want to thank the council for this opportunity to share our concerns. The Unitarian Universalist Church in East Charleston is surrounded by several schools next door to open access to Mitchell Park that walks you right into the Magic Bridge, and Stevenson House, which speaks to the necessity for background checks to assure the safety of all concerned, including the overnight guests sleeping in your cars. The article that appeared in the Weekly this week mentioned that the life movers already have an inexpensive process that's done very quickly, and it's being used successfully in San Jose and Redwood City. And I would imagine that Palo Alto could easily incorporate this into the safe parking program. Thank you.
Jill?
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jill Harris.
Hello. I'm very grateful for the opportunity that we have here at Stevenson House, and I am very grateful for the possibility or the plan, the appeal for background checks. I live on the first floor of Stevenson House. There are large windows, so sometimes I feel vulnerable, and the possibility of background checks and that it can be very reasonably priced is a great relief to me. I appreciate the church and their openness, and it feels so good to have this protection through the background checks. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And our last speaker from Stevenson House will be Terry Praber. Is Terry there?
Hi, my name is Terry Prater, and thank you for listening to all of us. I just want to say that I am very proud to be a resident of Stevenson House, and I do not feel threatened by the homeless that our church next door, our neighbor who has made it possible for me to even have a home here at Stevenson House. And that I too agree with having background checks. I think that's an important safety measure. Other than that, I have no opposers. I don't think they're going to be, from what I understand, people who live in their cars come there and they park there at a certain time at night. They have to leave at a certain time in the morning. The restrooms are provided. And I see no reason other than just for the safety of the schools and the children and the people around us that would feel comfortable with knowing that they've had a background check and that, you know, that is recommended. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now go back to Zoom. Linda Hennigan.
Hello. Thank you for this opportunity to address the council. My name is Linda Hennigan. I'm a Palo Alto resident, and I am also a member of the Unitarian Universalist Church of Palo Alto. I appreciate the Stevenson House's statement that they support the safe parking program. I'm concerned about the many commenters who have assumed that the car dwellers may be dangerous to themselves or to children. This association of poverty with criminality is dangerous. People who are poor are not generally criminals. They are much more often the victims of crime than they are the perpetrators. The car dwellers will be supervised by the staff of Move Mountain View and will have absolutely no incentive to do anything dangerous to anyone else. Unfortunately, in our city, too often I have heard politicians and other local leaders use fear of others, fear of poor and low wealth individuals specifically, and misinformation and exaggeration to stop programs such as this that are meant to help people. The car dwellers will be under supervision. They will only be parked there overnight and not all day. They won't even be present when children are going to school. Everyone listening to this call is around folks who haven't had background checks run on them all day long, every day, at the supermarket, at the park, and everywhere that you go. We can do this as a neighborhood and as the town. We can help people. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Hamilton Hitchings.
All right, how was that?
That was very good.
Stevenson House said they would drop the appeal of the safe parking program permit if registered sex offender and recent violent felony convictions were screened for. Many safe parking programs in California already screen for participants to ensure they are not registered sex offenders or recent violent felons. Cities that screen for one or both of these include Redwood City, Cupertino, Morgan Hill, San Jose, Walnut Creek, Santa Cruz, San Luis Obispo, Los Angeles, and San Diego. Arguments that these checks violate Fair Employment and Housing Act are not true. Neither is the argument that they cannot be done in a timely and inexpensive manner. The program already requires participants' licenses. MV Move's proposal for participants to self-report their criminal history is not effective. The property where this site is located borders on Hoover Elementary School, the Magic Bridge Children's Playground, Mitchell Park, and Stevenson Senior Home. Fairmeadow Elementary School, JOS Middle School, and Challenger Middle School are less than 1 block away. One of the conditions of this program is that it will not adversely affect the health, welfare, and safety of the persons residing or working in the surrounding area. The effort to screen out registered sex offenders and recent violent felons is low and will help the safety of children, senior citizens, and other parking participants. Please pull this item from consent. Thank you.
We did.
I know, I forgot that.
Our next speaker is Christopher Kahn.
Hello, council members. I'm Christopher Kahn, chair of the UU Church's Safe Parking Program. I urge the council to approve our permit as recommended by city staff. Our program has a robust safety plan that meets or exceeds county and federal recommendations. I want to highlight in particular that we have already agreed to check if clients are on probation or parole and whether or not they are legally allowed to be in our parking lot. We have also agreed to a 24-hour hotline, coordinating with the Palo Alto Police Department, as well as hiring security during operations. We have already run 2 shelters safely, including one for over 30 years without the proposed checks. Additionally, our program operator, Move Mountain View, successfully runs safe parking programs in Mountain View without the proposed checks. Our program will actually improve safety for everyone by helping the needy into professionally monitored paths to permanent housing. National experts oppose the checks proposed by Stevenson House because they prevent the most vulnerable from accessing help. In particular, women and children escaping abuse are terrified of deep checks for fear of allowing their abusers to find them. They are scared to even show us their driver's license. The proposed checks would also guarantee that undocumented families would not use the program. This will exacerbate our city's troubling racial inequality and would be highly detrimental to people of color. Stevenson House's proposal is not just or compassionate. It would prevent us from helping the vulnerable and perpetuate cycles of poverty. Consequently, everyone, including Stevenson House's residents, would be less safe. Let us operate and we will make the neighborhood a safer place. I urge you in the strongest terms to approve our permit. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kevin Ma.
Evening, Council. My name is Kevin Ma. I'm also a member of the congregation, and I'm asking to approve the permit. As the ordinance on safe parking mandates, there must be an operator that participates in the HMIS system within the county. And the county has a requirement or a policy that there should not be a background check. So that inherently would mean that we would find that none of the parking operators would be valid because all the parking operators follow the county. And inherently, we're all to talk about housing and how much that costs the city. This is a free program to the city. And we're choosing deliberately not to, even though it's free to the city. And if we were to be pulled out because the county refuses to participate in a program with background checks, then someone has to come up with funding. And unless the city is going to come up with funding, we have failed to create a program. As item 13 will come up in the future in this meeting about a permanent safe parking program, I will remind the council that there's only been one church that has have an approved permit at this point. And for a city that wants to be part of the community plan to end homelessness, we are falling behind on that because of all these kind of constant paper cuts into these programs. And there is a safety argument, yes, but the safety argument is compounded by the fact that if they're not part of this program, they're still in their car, they're still in the neighborhood, just now locked out of all the safety systems in the area, which inherently, when you think about it, it's not really making anyone safer if they're just still stuck in their car because, social services are hampered if there's not a fixed location to meet people. And if we constantly, demonize and criminalize the homelessness, then homelessness will remain to be a problem unless the city decides to become a bigger evil and just, evict all of them out of the city, which is, a strategy that is not in vogue these days. And I do wish the city would take compassion on the people. These people's cars are the biggest, piece of property that is one of the most trackable items ever to any government that, a background check is not necessary for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Wei Sha Chang.
Hi, good evening. My name is Wei Chang, and my pronouns are they, them. I am a resident of 380 Clerk. So I am speaking tonight in favor of the approval of the safe parking permit at UUCPA, both as a neighbor and as a person of faith. I hope that the city of Palo Alto will approve this permit with minimal complications. But if you have any hesitation, please consider this. Service is an integral part of our faith as Unitarian Universalists, or UUs, because unlike other religions that are defined on the basis of a creed, the UU religion is defined on the basis of the work that our congregation does together to improve the world. It is not just desirable for our congregation to provide safe parking, but it is necessary for us so that we can fulfill the principles of our faith, which affirm, among other things, the inherent worth and dignity of every person, and justice, equity, and compassion in human relations. These are not just wishes, but things that we must do to keep true to our faith. I think I can speak for many in our church when I say that we wish for nothing more than to put our faith into action. Without action, our church would not be the church we cherish, and our faith would not be the faith we practice. Because unless we serve our neighbors, housed or unhoused, and unless we put faith belief into practice, our church would only be a building, our congregation would just be an assortment of people, and our faith merely a jumble of words. It has already been amply shown how such safe parking programs as this one are both safe and effective. All I can ask for now is for you to hear what this program really means to me and other members of the UUCPA, not just as a social program or as an agenda item, but as a collective act that proceeds from some of our deepest held beliefs. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Angie Evans.
Hi, Angie here. So I am a Palo Alto resident, and I'm speaking on behalf of Palo Alto Forward tonight. So I want to say that we support both the safe parking program and the city staff recommendation to deny the appeal of the safe parking permit. Last year, the state legislature affirmed that safe parking is one of the forms of temporary homeless shelter, and adding barriers to services really delays that shelter and the needed services. During Affordable Housing Month, Palo Alto Forward hosted the Santa Barbara Safe Parking Program for a webinar, which we invited all of you to. It's on our YouTube page now if anyone would like to watch it. Their program is what most programs across the country use as a model. I spoke with them, and they have confirmed that they do not recommend background checks. Goleta, where they do require background checks because of neighbor fears, has seen absolutely no rejection of applications, and it's likely to discontinue this practice. In addition, and as a note for our later discussion regarding a permanent safe parking ordinance, they do not disclose the location of any of their safe parking programs at all to community members, because appeals processes like this one are really problematic. They do not bring out the best of us. So again, I just want to reiterate, please deny the appeal and approve the safe parking application. I understand that it was removed from the consent calendar, but I wanted to make sure that our voice was heard as well. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is SV Leeds.
Hi, apologies. This is Kelsey Baines. I am a resident of Palo Alto and want to start by thanking Unitarian Universalist congregation for putting your faith into practice and attempting to allow for cars to park overnight in your parking lot and to serve those people and make them feel like part of this community. I was very sad listening to a lot of the comments, which I do feel like the fear is valid. I understand that people feel fearful, but it's sad that people feel that way, because I think what's important to think about is that these are already members of our community. They are already sleeping in their vehicles on our streets and in parking garages, places where they can feel somewhat safe. But we need to be able to make sure that they are in a safe place and can access services, can get connected with housing, and we need to do that in a way that clinically makes sense. I think that providers care a lot about safety, and they will use their judgment about who is safe, both for the health of the people who are staying there, but also for the community. But doing the background check, as Chris Kahn said, is a clinical barrier to care. And if your homeless service is presenting barriers to care, it will be less effective, as already articulated by Angie. So I guess we will talk about this more. Thank you.
Excuse me. Our next speaker is Brooke Bashara.
Hello, Council. My name is Brooke Bashara. I'm the president of the Board of Trustees at the Unitarian Universalist Church of Palo Alto. Thank you for this opportunity tonight to discuss this issue. I just want to preface by saying UCPA has a long and close history with Stevenson House. We really value them as neighbors, and we look forward to many more years of being amicable organizations who help each other. That being said, I want to say my congregation's first principle is to value the inherent worth and dignity of all people. And one way we live out our faith is by providing support to people who are experiencing homelessness and poverty. We house 2 other shelters on our campus, and we've done so for many years without incident. And many years ago, UUCPA gave Stevenson House the land that they now rest upon to house their low-income seniors. This safe parking program will offer a much needed ladder out of homelessness to local residents, improving safety for everybody who lives here. Stevenson House residents need not fear the clients in this program. If we thought we were putting any Stevenson House residents or our own congregants at risk, for that matter, we would not be moving forward with this program. It is guided by our deepest beliefs that it's in all of our best interests to take care of one another and to offer a radical welcome, not a conditional one. So I urge you to act in accordance with city staff and approve our permit application for a safe parking program. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Edie Keating.
Hello. Edie Keating, a longtime member of the Palo Alto Unitarian Universalist Church. I thank you for your support for safe parking programs. When this returns to you, I hope you will deny the appeal and allow the Unitarian Universalist Church to add 4 more safe parking spots. On the surface, require background checks sounds so reasonable, but the word require leads to other questions. If a 40-year-old got on a list at 18 and has had no other police interaction since then, should they be denied a safe place to park and sleep and denied the supportive case management? What if they got on the list more recently? Also, are convictions ever made in error? And once the check is done, does any item showing up disqualify the applicant, no matter how long ago it was? Better than inflexible requirements is the good judgment of trained caseworkers. I am not speaking speculatively. Over many years, I have met well over 100 participants at the homeless shelters our church supports. The case managers at the Opportunity Center have again and again selected individuals who are ready to participate in the shelters, and it has been exciting to see individuals move ahead towards their goals. Please trust your city staff, trust the professional case managers at Move Mountain View, trust the County of Santa Clara. A rigid requirement of background checks is not needed. Experienced professional case managers are well qualified to screen applicants. When this comes back to you, please deny the appeal. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Elizabeth Ratner.
Hello, I'm Elizabeth Ratner, and I'm speaking tonight for the League of Women Voters of Palo Alto. The League supports policies to provide a decent home and suitable living environment for every American family. The League also supports policies which meet the basic human needs of people experiencing homelessness, including safe places in which to live. We believe the UUCPA appeal of the parking permit, the appeal should be denied and the permit should be granted. Requiring a strict background check, as Stevenson House suggests, will weaken protection for our unhoused neighbors and our neighborhoods alike. It will result in more car dwellers sleeping on our streets, as the background checks will discourage and delay people from entering the program. Long-standing evidence supports the UUCPA intake procedures. They mirror that of New Beginnings, the oldest and one of the largest safe parking programs in the country, which has been operating in Santa Barbara City and County for 16 years without criminal background checks. Unless Stevenson House can show through reliable evidence that residents or neighbors are less safe using these well-established intake procedures, the appeal should be denied. Such evidence has not been presented. This is the standard that HUD uses to ensure that housing selection policies do not violate the Federal Fair Housing Act. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Chuck Jagoda.
All right, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Thank you. I live in Sunnyvale in supportive housing. I used to live in Palo Alto in my car. Sometimes I stayed in shelter programs like the Hotel de Zinc, and as such, I stayed at Universal Unitarian Church, and I am very appreciative, and I agree with Edie Keating and Brooke Bashara and Angie Evans. You know, we met and argued and demonstrated and tried to fight in Palo Alto for the right to sleep in our, and finally Palo Alto gave up fighting because a similar case got decided in Southern California, Desert Train, and Palo Alto could see that aside from justice and mercy and compassion and brotherhood and humanity, it was just going to be too expensive to prosecute this war on homeless people. I'd like to tell you, it's a very complicated issue. When we had our meetings and homeless people and community people would come and we'd all work together, it was interesting to find out that some homeless people felt like some people who've spoken tonight, they were against background checks. One homeless friend of mine said he wouldn't consider parking and living in a vehicle in any place that didn't do background checks. He wanted that security. It's a lot more complex than it might seem. And I think what's most important is your attitude. You, the citizens that cast the ballots that make the difference. And the city council could do things too, like not take any applications for developments unless they include at least 40% housing for low-income people.
Chuck, your time is up.
What? All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker is Kat Snyder, and we will go ahead and take Dave Jokey as the last speaker. Kat, you should be able to talk.
Yes. So I would urge the council to deny the appeal for the background checks. Using background checks is problematic, and I wouldn't have known this originally, but this is going to be a slightly personal story. But at the beginning of the pandemic, I had a friend call me from about 2 states over, and she was like, my husband has locked me inside of the house. He's taken my phone. He's taken my driver's license. He's taken everything. Basically, she needed to get out of there. And so we worked for about 2 months getting her out of a domestic abuse situation. It was very hard to do. We finally got her out, but they ended up having an altercation. He called the police. He got her arrested. So she has a violent offense on her record because the police can't know who's the instigator. That's just not their job. Our justice system only works so well. So there's like a very clear example for me of someone who would be perfectly, a perfectly safe person to have in the parking lot, and who is one of the most vulnerable people out there who could really use that kind of service, who would be disqualified if you were using background checks. So I just wanted to make sure that people understand why, even though background checks sound like a good idea, in practice, they end up making it easier for abusers to keep people from leaving. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last speaker is Dave Jokey.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm a UU CPA member or church member, and I definitely want the appeal denied. The perspective I want to bring to it is part of my volunteer work over at the church is I sweep up the parking lot a lot and I rake a lot of leaves. So I'm on the grounds, and I had to do it with a mask on during COVID. And I want to just point out that this sort of demonization of the car dwellers, because there's a lot of Stevenson residents that come over and walk on our grounds. They come over the bridge, and that's fine. But during COVID, we requested them to wear masks, and wearing masks was a requirement. It was all over our church grounds, and we were completely, almost always disrespected by the Stevenson House residents. They wouldn't put their masks on, and they would like put them up for a minute and walk around a corner, and you'd watch them, and they'd take them down. So it really is, it's unfair to just paint the safe parking potential participants as dangerous. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. We're now going to vote on the consent calendar. I have, we're going to pull item number 5, and I have no's by Councilmember Cormack on item number 10, and Councilmember Tanaka on items 3, 4, and 6. We'll start the voting with myself. I vote yes on consent. Councilmember Filseth?
Yes. Sorry.
Councilmember Coop?
Yes.
Councilmember Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt?
Yes.
And Councilmember Cormack?
Yes, and if the clerk could please update the third line on consent calendar to read Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, council members can speak to their no votes. Councilmember Cormack?
Brief reiteration of my no vote on the first reading. Despite having spent almost a year working on this, I'm uncomfortable with a term limit being at 9 years. It's awfully close to a decade. So that's the source of my objection.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka?
So on number 3, I really do support the idea of efficiently using our parking spaces. So I think a parking guidance system is sorely needed. It's something which I've been pushing for many years. The main issue I have is really with the contract. So on page 1, it says it's a $2.2 million contract, but on page 3, just 2 pages over, it's a $2.7 million contract. So a little bit of puzzling there. The other thing was that in the report,
at least the part I did a pretty thorough search. I could not find the total number of spaces being covered, the total number of parking spaces. I was able to kind of Google each parking garage and figure out how many spots each parking garage had. And also I did a search of how much does it cost per space for a per space parking guidance system. And that search found that typically it's about $650 per space, but in this contract, and when you do the math, it's actually $1,613 per space. So it's more than double. And given these tough budget times, it just seems like, especially this is only a single bid. There's only one bid on this, not more. I just think that we should be a little bit more cautious. And I do wonder, and the number I found was the high end of the cost was $650. So this is more than double the high end cost of installed, right? Installed with the signage and all that stuff. So it just made me wonder whether we got a good deal here or not. So that's my rationale on number 3. Number 4, I actually think number 4 is big enough that this could have been an action item. If we're doing something that's going to be benefiting the other city, even if we have to pay a maintenance cost, it just seems, given the budget constraints, we've had 2 years of budget cuts. We've had to eliminate positions last year and eliminate positions this year. We're talking about, I'm on the water board thing, and we're talking about like cutting water usage by 60%. So for all those reasons, it just seems like this is a really big topic and not really appropriate for the consent calendar. And then on number 6, this one also, this is a little bit more autopilot, but I actually think that if you look at our unemployment rate, it's about 5.4% now. Pre-pandemic, it was about 3.5. So it's still a lot higher than it used to be. Not as bad as it was during the depth of the pandemic. But I do know that some folks are struggling here in our city. So I think we just be conscious of that. And so I think this also probably should have been an action item versus a consent calendar item.
Okay, thank you. That ends the consent calendar item. We're about an hour behind schedule. We move on to city manager comments.
Okay, thank you, Mayor, the council. See if we can get the slides going here. And check with the clerk's office if you're able to bring it up. If not, I can. Oh, perfect. Thank you very much. Okay, let's go to the next slide. This being your first meeting back from the July recess, I do have quite a few items I'd like to go through. I'll go through it quickly. As has become our practice, we will be posting this information online, so it's available to community members afterwards, as well as through the agenda packet itself. So first, just again, reiterating where we are with respect to the pandemic, as I'm sure the council members are aware, and hopefully most of our community as well, that last week we did receive and are implementing the latest health order requiring masks as a mandate, irrespective of vaccination status while indoors, and also continuing to push vaccinations. Next slide, please. Okay, again, reiterating basically our status with respect to the Delta variant, clearly an issue of great concern. We heard today at our community core council report from our local healthcare providers that this variant is continuing to have a significant impact on healthcare capacity locally as well as everywhere. And given that, certainly an issue of concern and one that requires us all to do our part. Would note we've got upcoming testing for the community locally here in Palo Alto on the 23rd coming up, as well as a number of other both testing and vaccination resources available. Once again, that's sccfreevax.org, not .com. Okay, next slide, please. All right, in your packet this evening was distributed late, just really for information for the council and community members that we do each year do a report roll up on some of the key activities that have happened during the month of July, since we don't have the opportunity to provide updates here weekly. I won't go through them here, but as you can see from this list, quite a number of issues of interest that we've made continuing significant progress on, and that you'll find additional information in your information packet. Next slide, please. Okay, and then as far as ongoing services, we also, over the last couple of weeks, issued additional information on availability of services, both as we have continued through the pandemic online and by phone services, but also increasing the availability of in-person appointments, recognizing that the volume remains very low for understandable reasons, that the online and phone options are actually more convenient for members of the community. And so we will continue working through those channels while also making available in-person opportunities for those who would prefer to use that. Would note that City Hall lobby is now open during business hours, as is our cafeteria. And so do want to ensure that members of the community are aware of those available resources, and also that our Planning and Development Services Department is now offering both in-person as well as by phone and virtual appointments throughout business days. Next slide, please. Okay, also with respect to the library, council members and community should also have seen that additional information coming forward. You have the opportunity to hear from our library director personally this evening, so won't steal her thunder there, but needless to say, we're continuing the rollout of additional hours and availability for all our branch libraries on an accelerated pace from what was presented in the budget. That said, we're noting staff resources are down, and so it is a work in progress that our library management is working through. Then next slide, please. Also noting coming up, our housing elements working group is hard at work, and the next meeting comes up tomorrow, 6 to 8 p.m., as well as providing an opportunity for online input for members of the community. This is clearly a significant effort, and so certainly invite community members to participate directly. Next slide, please. Also want to note that among news presented over the last few weeks includes a recent study conducted by the County of Santa Clara related to the Reed Hillview Airport in East San Jose, which the study which demonstrated a high existence of lead emissions. Based on that, we will be meeting with county staff this week to get additional information on this study. Also note that I've made direct contact with the East Palo Alto City Manager, and they are in the loop, and we'll be working together on next steps. Our airport manager is currently out, but we'll be, I in fact did hear that this issue was a topic of discussion when the City of Palo Alto took over the airport from Santa Clara County. So we would like to get the benefit of some of that background information as we define appropriate next steps. Clearly, safety for the community, and I'll say the greater community, East Palo Alto as well as Palo Alto, clearly a priority for the council and our organization. So we want to ensure that we're working together on next steps as they come to light. I want to thank the mayor and vice mayor for suggesting putting this in my comments this evening. Next slide, please. Also want to note, boy, we've got chock full of opportunities for community engagement. And next up is the SCAP, Sustainability Climate Action Plan, noted earlier by some of our community members in public speaking or oral communication. This week, we will have our next and really first kind of formal meeting of the ad hoc committee from the council. And as such, want to flag that for community members' calendar. This will be the first working meetings. These will really be working meetings with the ad hoc on August 12th. From 9 to 11:30 a.m. again this week, and the meetings looking forward are planned to be on the second Thursday of each month through the end of the calendar year. Next slide, please. Oh, and also, if you haven't caught it yet, the Black Index, I do want to note that this is the final week at our Palo Alto Arts Center. Had the privilege, as Vice Mayor Burt, I believe, opened that exhibit online. I tell you, I've now had the opportunity to see it in person as well as virtually. And I got to tell you, you got to see it in person because it is amazing. Obviously, both are valuable, but as the Palo Alto Arts Center is open for personal visitations, certainly invite members of the community to see it before it moves on to its next stop in the nationwide traveling exhibit. Next slide, please. Then let's see, a couple of other things, upcoming Twilight concerts here on this coming weekend, as well as following weekend at Rinconada and Mitchell Park. Next slide, please. Then just finally, upcoming council items. Again, not only chock full of opportunities for community engagement, but also the council's docket is full. We'll be talking next week about the work plan for potential business tax ballot measure. Then the following week on continuing discussion of grade separation alternatives, specifically focusing on Charleston Meadow. And then later, late this month and into next month, September, we'll be talking about Foothills Fire mitigation strategies, preferential parking in California Avenue parking, as well as affordable housing objective standards, next visit by the independent police auditor, and next steps related to economic development. So with that, Mr. Mayor and Council, thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to move on to our action items.
Sorry, Mayor, I had one question for the city manager. So we had under item number 7 tonight, under consent, a pretty significant development with Measure B, and I wonder if the city manager could just briefly share what that's about and commend the excellent work that Philip Cami did with his counterparts to get us to this point and where it stands.
Thank you. Well, with that, let me just add that thank you, Vice Mayor, for raising that point. This is solidifying an agreement, a handshake, so to speak, with our partner agencies in Mountain View and Sunnyvale to split the Measure A dollars allocated for grade separations. And so this will firm up the expectation that Palo Alto would receive 50% of that overall $700 million allocated for grade separations in North County. So thank you and appreciate the kudos, much deserved to Philip Cami and our transportation staff for working both with BTA as well as with our partner agencies in coming up with a plan for the allocation of those funds that will keep all of us moving.
And you meant Measure B, of course.
Measure B, thank you.
Okay, so now we're going to go to the action item, and we're going to hear item 15 first, which is department director appointments. City manager, do you have any comments?
Sure, just briefly here. Again, this is an item that is often on your consent calendar, but nonetheless, appreciate the opportunity to speak to this. The council does confirm department director appointments, and these are two that are before you this evening that are truly a long time coming. Both our library department as well as our information technology departments are really unique and extraordinary in their own ways. Library, in terms of the value our community puts to lifelong learning and the role that our libraries have in ensuring that community value is supported. And in terms of technology, Palo Alto being the birthplace of Silicon Valley, not a better place to be director of information technology, and with no higher expectations. So with both of these positions, we actually began recruitments prior to the pandemic and then put them somewhat on hold and stasis as we got through. So our two nominees have had the longest job interview on the order of 2 years. perhaps in history. So we are pleased to hopefully bring that to a close this evening. And with that, I'd like to offer and perhaps let the council take its vote before asking for comments from Ms. Kant as well as Mr. Nomoto.
Yeah, let's do that. First of all, let's see if there are any members of the public that wish to speak on this item. Okay, and I'm not seeing any hands, so we'll come back to council. I'd like to go ahead and move that we approve the appointment to director of both Director Kant and Director Nomoto.
Second.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka, would you like to speak to the motion?
Actually, I had a few questions.
Sure, go ahead.
Is it okay? Great. I guess first question is, how much were they making before?
I believe that's in the report. It's in the
Yes.
email.
I saw salary upon appointment and maximum salary for position. I didn't see what the current salary was. And I also didn't see how much the predecessor was. Maybe if you could tell me what page that's on, that would be much appreciated.
Let's see. I think our Chief People Officer, Remy Portillo, might be able to respond. I was, in the absence of that, would say I don't have that information handy. It certainly is a matter of public record. But Remy, anything you want to add?
I actually don't have the numbers in front of me. What I can tell you is that it's approximately 7% above their acting pay at the moment. I will get those numbers though.
How much were the predecessors making before?
I will have to look those up as well. I don't have those in front of me.
Okay. I think these things are probably things that most people would expect to be in a report, but I couldn't find it. So
Oh,
maybe
I see. Yes, understood.
Unless I'm missing it, there's only 2 pages in this, so I don't think I missed it, but maybe I did. So if someone tells me where it is, that'd be great, but I don't see it in the report.
Yeah, no, I did not include those in the report, but
I think that's very pertinent information for a vote like this.
Any other comments?
No, those are my only questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and vote on the motion.
Actually, Mayor, can we let the staff answer the question first?
Oh, I thought they were going to get back to you later. I'm not.
I don't know how we could vote without knowing this information.
There would be a delay for me to get that information back to you.
So you mean not tonight?
Yes, it would take me a little bit of time to get that.
Okay, thank you. All right. So let's go ahead and vote on the motion. Councilmember Filseth.
Yep.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
I think it's inappropriate to vote right now, so I'm going to abstain on this one.
Okay. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
And I vote yes. So the motion passes. I'd just like to say congratulations to both the directors. Like I said, we've worked with them for a couple of years now, and I think it's been well earned. But any other, would either of you like to make a comment? Yep, go ahead.
Thank you very much. This is Gayatri Kant from the library. Mayor Dubois and council members, I thank you very much for providing me with this amazing opportunity to be the director of Palo Alto Library. I'm also very thankful to City Manager Ed Shikata for giving me the interim opportunity as well as the appointment. My sincere gratitude to Palo Alto Library staff, whose passionate and professional attitude every day makes it a joy to work with them. And also very many thanks to the Friends of the Palo Alto Library for all their support throughout the years. And last but not least, my deep appreciation and gratitude to the Palo Alto community. for their love and support of the libraries. In fact, it's this community's support that actually attracted me to Palo Alto 5 years ago, a city that had all the libraries renovated, and having 5 libraries in a city of this size, that's very unique, and that really attracted me to this city. And also the very high expectations and very candid feedback from the community inspires me to keep improving our services. Most recent example is our community asking to open the smaller libraries, the college tours, as well as downtown libraries. And that has actually inspired us to go back and look at staffing. And now we're going to be partially reopening both the libraries and also expand the Mitchell Park and Rinconado library hours. Every day, the community coming into the library and using the library just inspires me. And I'm really hoping that we can fully reopen the libraries as soon as we are able to fill the vacancies. Almost 30 years ago, when I was a newcomer to this community and this country, the libraries actually welcomed me and provided me with the resources to succeed. So much so that I actually became a librarian. And it's, that was the moment. I would say it wasn't like a single moment that made me want to be a librarian, but I really knew that the value of having a welcoming space for the community, and also a place that provides you information and provides you the tools for success. That's really important. And I will say the Palo Alto community really uses the library, so they definitely know the value of the library. And my mission, I really want to say, is to provide very high quality services that will just have them thrive even more. Thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you. And Darren?
Evening, Council. Mayor DeVois, Vice Mayor Burt, and Council. I'm grateful and thrilled to be named the Director of IT for the City of Palo Alto. I'm a Bay Area native, lived here my entire life, and I really appreciate the diversity, the variety of environments, that the area provides. Especially the mountains. I love hiking, biking, and so forth. I, frequently bike up Page Mill Road and through the mountains, through Arastadero. So I've been in this industry over 25 years. And again, as City Manager Shikata mentioned, being Palo Alto being the birthplace of Silicon Valley, it's definitely an honor to serve the city in this capacity. Before I joined Palo Alto, I knew, of course, being the birthplace, the HP Garage, Stanford Shopping Center, the home of Stanford University and University Ave, and then later my career learning about Sand Hill and, the many startups that wanted to or started up on University Ave. Working in most startups, it's definitely an honor to be working in Palo Alto. And again, alongside of all the amazing professionals that serve the city. I still remember, the day I was offered the role of IT operations manager over 7 years ago. It was like it was yesterday. And then over 2 years ago, I was asked to step in as an interim director role. Then COVID-19, we had to pivot rapidly to allow many staff to work remotely. Within a week, staff were able to continue to work. This smooth transition was due to all of our efforts updating and enhancing the infrastructure and systems over the years. This reflected our commitment to customer service, ensuring staff was able to perform their functions and to provide the support and services for the city. All this while continuing efforts to keep the city secure and safe from cyber attacks. Looking forward, I will continue to lead the IT department in providing cost-effective, efficient, innovative, and secure technology solutions, continuing to partner with departments to improve and streamline processes and services with the goal of providing innovative solutions to serve the community and businesses more efficiently. I really appreciate the support and leadership of the executive leadership team and the departments, their willingness to collaborate and partner with IT on innovating the ways we provide services, especially during these challenging, ever-changing times. I do want to acknowledge the IT department, grateful to the work that they do on a day-to-day basis. They're an amazing group of dedicated and talented professionals. So I really appreciate all their efforts and make my job more enjoyable every day. In closing, just want to thank again the City Council, City Manager Shikata for this amazing opportunity to serve as the IT Director. Thank you.
Okay, thank you both and congratulations. All right, let's move on. We're going to go to action item number 11, which is a Prop 218 hearing on an increase in utility rates. Is there a staff presentation?
There is. Good evening, Mayor Du Bois, council members. Dean Batcher, Director of Utilities. Tonight, Utilities is asking the council to adopt two resolutions. The first is to adopt the 2020 wastewater collection financial plans, and then amending the wastewater collection reserve management practices. That is the first one. And then the second one is to amend the utility rate schedule. We are asking for a 3% increase tonight. And with that, I'm going to keep it fairly short and just turn it over to the staff. So we have staff ready for any of your questions. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Eric Hennessy, our utility rate manager, to start the presentation. Eric? Great.
So yes, hopefully you're seeing the presentation. Yes, okay, good. I'll try to keep this brief. So tonight we're bringing to you the 3% wastewater rate increase. And the one benefit about tonight's rate increase is that it will we'll also be using this increase to help fund an annual capital contribution to the CIP reserve to help for future upcoming for the availability of capital investment funds going forward, because one of the major drivers of this rate increase is increases that we've been seeing both in capital improvement for our wastewater treatment plant as well as for our operational system. So these being the major cost drivers, it's something that we need to do to help increase the financial health of the system by having these rate increases moving forward. We did have an alternative proposal, 0%, that we brought forth in the UAC and Finance Committee meetings, but that would involve us reducing spending by about $200K annually to keep reserves above minimum guidelines. That was just nothing that the UAC or Finance thought was appropriate. One thing we also did this year, it has been 10 years since we performed a cost of service study in the wastewater utility. And because of that, there was some cost differentials, some changes that need to be made because residential customers have now form a larger portion of the wastewater outflow than they did 10 years ago. And with that, wastewater rates for residential are projected to go up 4.7%, commercial 1.5%, and restaurants will see a very slight decrease of 2.1%. In the future, we're looking at having future projections of 3% in FY 2023 and 5% annual increases going forward. The next slide is just a reiteration of what I mentioned earlier. I'd say the other big change is that we are not going to have a fixed charge or a minimum charge rather for commercial customers. Instead, we'll base everything off of flow. This was recommended by our cost of service consultant as well as through internal review. So with that, I believe I'm again trying to keep it short. This resolution also includes a $2.2 million transfer from the Operations to Capital Improvement Reserve, $4.35 million from the Capital Improvement from the Operations to the Capital Improvement Program Projects Reserve in FY 2022. Sorry, need some water. As well as amendments to the wastewater collection utility reserve management practices to reflect this change for the CIP reserve policy. And the second resolution will be to make the adjustments to rate schedule S1, S2, S6, and S7. And with that, I will I'm open to any questions you may have. And we also have Lisa Belier, who brought this to UAC and Finance, as well as members of engineering who are here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to members of the public, see if there's any public comment on this item. So if you'd like to speak to this item, please raise your hand.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yep. Yes.
We have a few comments we usually make about this type of public comment. So if you would give me just the floor for just 1 minute. This part of the hearing is governed by the requirements of Proposition 218, which is part of the California Constitution. And it sets forth the rules that local government have to follow when we're increasing property related fees, and wastewater collection rates are a property related fee. So notice of tonight's hearing was mailed to affected wastewater customers on the 16th of June of this year, and the city clerk has been accepting any written protests that have come in against the proposed rates. The clerk will continue to do so until the close of the public input portion of this hearing. So just until the public comment period is over. All protests have to be written and they have to be received by the city clerk this evening. And since we are holding this meeting virtually, we are allowing customers to submit a written protest by Zoom. Actually, they have to indicate to the clerk by Zoom that they want to do that, and then she will give you instructions on how to send in an email, and we will count email protests. At the end of the protest period, which is coming up again soon, the clerk will count, and if a majority of affected customers have protested the new rate, it cannot be imposed. Otherwise, the city council can move forward to discuss the policy issues and may vote to adopt the increase to the wastewater rate. Thank you. Those are my comments.
Okay, thank you for that. So the public hearing is open. If I don't see any hands, then I will go ahead and close the public hearing. And I don't see any hands. So the public hearing is closed. And did the city clerk receive any objections?
Mr. Mayor, we did receive one written protest prior to the meeting, and it was received and included within the city council agenda packet.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we will go back to the council for questions, comments, and motions. Councilmember Corman.
I'm happy to make this staff recommendation.
And I will second that. Do you want to speak to your motion?
Briefly, we covered this at finance. We've actually had a fairly detailed session before the rates describing the need for the operations at the wastewater utility treatment plant. So we've gone over this pretty extensively and anticipate that costs in this area will increase. And this is an appropriate manner to do it.
Okay, thank you. I don't have anything to add. Councilmember Coon.
I wanted to find out, per the Proposition 218, what would be the number of written protests we would have to get in order to not pass this?
It would be required to be 50%. And let me get you the numbers. Thank you for asking.
50% of
50. So there are 22,279 property owners and customers that are subject to these rate changes. And so there would need to be written protests by 11,140 in order to prevent the council from considering to make the increase.
Thank you for that. I was just curious. And thank you, Ms. Dunn. I wanted to also find out, in the background of the staff report, it states that over the past 10 years, 15 industrial customers have left the system. Is that why now our residential customers have increased, or so is that the offset?
This is Eric Kenniston speaking. It's the large industrial customers. It's not that they've left. I'd say not all of them have left. Some of them significantly scaled back or changed operations. Many of them, the nature of the facilities have modified over time. I'd say a lot of what we're seeing these days shift away from larger quote industrial water type applications is now more trending towards smaller commercial office space type usage. We still do have larger water users, but we're definitely seeing a change and a shift from the more industrial side. And water users these days, most processes for businesses are almost turning towards irrigation than they are towards internal
Mm.
So, yeah, and that an irrigation doesn't have an effect on the wastewater system, so.
Okay, thank you. And then there's also the what you mentioned about the minimum charge for the commercial and restaurant users is being changed. In the past, did they exceed the minimum charge historically?
Pardon me, I cut out slightly on that. Can you please repeat the question?
Sure. There's also the recommendation for removing the minimum charge for commercial and restaurant customer uses, the classes, right? So in the past, does their charge exceed the minimum charges?
No, the minimum charge was the same as the residential charge beforehand. So yes.
Okay. Well, thank you so much.
Any other Councilmember Tanaka?
Is in the staff report somewhere a chart that talks about how the rates compare against other nearby cities?
I believe so. Let me see if I can bring that up. Slide. Let me share the screen again. Let's see. Oops. Here's a selection of monthly residential sewer bills from
Great.
various
And what page does this correspond to in the written report that we got?
I do not believe that it actually is in the written report. This was something that was derived afterwards.
Oh, I see. You know, it would be really great if this kind of stuff could be in the written report as well.
Yeah, I don't think we had. I think we this was put together after the report was compiled, but it's something we plan on having, compiling, and putting in for the report for the future.
Okay, so. Great. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Can you send me the slide, or also is this do we have it for commercial as well? Because there's several different rate increases we're talking about. So this is just for residential. Do we have it for the commercial side?
Yes. Let me see.
Restaurants.
I believe it is apples. I believe it is slide 13. Let me see if I can get to that one. There we go.
Okay, because the slides that we got, by the way, doesn't have these slides. So we were sending the slides ahead of time, but we only got the first 4 slides. So all these other slides were not sent to us.
Okay, these are backup slides that we had after the facts.
And it's also not in the staff report, but these are very relevant numbers because we're trying to understand when we have the increase, how does that compare to the nearby cities?
Yes, I believe I believe this one is actually within the financial plan itself. I know that the previous slide was not. That was a compilation that includes some other agencies. The one that we have in the report has these agencies here for residential, but the one that I just showed you had a few others. But this year, this slide shows you the breakdown for commercial and restaurant for the neighboring communities that we usually use.
Okay. Okay. And so can you go back to residential one more time? Sure. Or better yet, maybe send me the slides so I can look at them.
Yes, I will.
Or maybe send to all the council members. Maybe other council members also have this question.
Okay, I will.
This is Lisa Belier. Can I add to the answer to the question?
Well, actually, I'm just curious also, because don't we have, isn't Los Altos part of our same system? Don't we handle their wastewater? No? Is that right? Doesn't Los Altos also use, does anyone know?
Los Altos does use our wastewater treatment plant, yes.
Okay, so if you go back to the commercial, can you go back one more slide? 13.
Sure.
So Palo Alto is $111 a month, right? But Los Altos, which uses who we actually provide service for, is $68. Do you know how they could do that?
This is Lisa Belier, and I have an answer in part to that,
Sure.
which is that Los Altos has reserve funding to pay for their collection system CIP through 2024. Palo Alto does not have that type of level of reserve funding, so we don't have reserves available to pay for our CIP through 2024.
I
And we're
see.
using rates to fund the CIP.
Okay, so Mountain View and Los Altos are part of our system, right? And I think the other ones are not, correct? Or is Menlo Park part of our system too? Do you guys know?
It's Mountain View and Los Altos.
Okay, so so Mountain View, so those are probably the two most comparable. So Mountain View, their rates a little bit higher in commercial, but restaurant is a bit lower, and Los Altos rates are dramatically lower. And you're saying that's because they're taking our reserve.
It's there are other differences. It's hard to compare Palo Alto entirely to other cities because Palo Alto is unique and different, but it's one characteristic that makes Los Altos rates lower.
Okay, and I guess the thing I'm trying to understand is because Mountain View and Los Altos and Palo Alto, we all use the same service, right? We provide the service for like 5 cities, right? And so how, I mean, if it's the same service, how are we unique compared to Mountain View and Los Altos if they're all using the same sewer plant?
Well, we have different mixture of customers, different commercial customers, and than any
But this
other
is this is broken by commercial and restaurants, right? So that's already taken account for, right? We're looking at restaurants and commercial and residential, and these are all separate rates. So even if there is a different mix, you're categorizing them already, right? If this was a blended rate, that would make sense, but they're already categorized into these different buckets, right?
Right. There are differences though among like the group of customers in Palo Alto that are categorized as commercial compared with the group of customers in Los Altos that's commercial. It's a smaller group of customers and different customers.
Mm-hmm. Okay, can you jump back to the residential one more time, please? Okay, so here the numbers are tighter, so everyone's roughly kind of close to each other. Okay, at least for Mountain View and Los Altos. Why didn't we choose the other 5 cities that are using our sewer plant?
This is the comparison group that we typically use as a group that a Palo Alto resident might compare themselves to. This is a group that we use across different utilities, not just for sewer.
Okay, because it would seem to me that like Mountain View and Los Altos, because there's less variables, right? We're all using the same sewer plant. So what are the other 3 cities using the sewer plant?
Los Altos Hills, East Palo Alto, Stanford.
Okay, and what are the rates for those cities?
Don't know if we have those offhand. Let's see if they're, I can see if they're on the other slide, but I don't.
Yeah,
believe
maybe you
can
can
go
send
to
the
slide or back up slide 29. Yes.
Yes. Okay. There we go. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, but what about for the commercial rates?
I don't believe we have this for the commercial rates.
And then, but Stanford is not available. It means it's not that they don't charge it. You just don't know what it is.
Correct. Their internal rates. Yeah. How they.
Yeah. I know my time's up. Can you send me or probably better send this to the council so that we can look at it?
Well, someone is going to be sending these to you shortly. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, just to clarify a couple of things. The staff report on page 7 has the links to the other staff reports that went through the Finance Committee. All the council members received them at the time of the Finance Committee meeting. Within that, the link to the wastewater collection does have almost all of this information in the staff report. So if Councilmember Tanaka wanted to read the staff reports in advance, you could get this info. And more importantly, when we look at, for instance, this rate comparison, basically all the clients that are in our wastewater treatment plant are clustered very closely in our rates for residential charges. And Palo Alto compares very favorably, actually on the low end of even those within our wastewater treatment plant partnership. Even more importantly, if you look at what we had for Menlo Park and Redwood City, it's in the staff report, and I think it was even maybe not referenced here, but they're up about in the ballpark of double our rates. So our neighboring cities, Redwood City and Menlo Park, that share one wastewater treatment plant, are about twice the rates that we and our partners have. So the bottom line is our wastewater treatment plant provides very favorable competitive rates, and I think that that's something that we should commend our staff and performance on. The other thing is, I think what's very important is that we are doing the prudent investments in the infrastructure of this plant going forward. Frankly, my concern has been over the last number of years was that we were not making aggressive enough infrastructure investments and that we were undercharging for what is our long-term sustainable needs for this plant. We're now moving more aggressively in that direction, and I support that strongly. But I wanted to point out those couple of points that I think are much more valid comparisons. Los Altos has a very small commercial sector, so they're anomalous. I don't know the exact breakdown there, but focusing on a tiny commercial they describe themselves as actually a village or a town. As a point of comparison, I don't think is very relevant and not particularly worth our time. Thank you.
Okay, not seeing any more hands. I'm going to suggest we vote on the motion. I believe we're starting with Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt?
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack?
Yes.
I vote yes. And Councilmember Filsa?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That passes on a 7-0 vote. Move on to item number 12, which is the review of the South Palo Alto Bikeways, Phase 1. Thank you. And staff, go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Kemi.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council and members of the public. I'm Philip Kemi, Chief Transportation Official. The Office of Transportation is before you here tonight to follow up on the community engagement that's been conducted to determine if the South Palo Alto Bikeways grant-funded project should be continued into its next project phase. And I'm just pausing here as I'm hoping maybe staff is working and pulling up the slide as I'm talking here. So I'll just keep going. But although it will be explained a bit further in the presentation, I want to make it clear right away that the staff recommended preferred concept plan has been developed and modified through community input and also PTC input, and that we believe that we'll be able to get VTA to modify the grant agreement to match the staff recommended preferred concept of design. And to note that specifically this concept design does not include the removal of parking of a parking lane in segment 4 of East Meadow Drive. And with that, we'll turn the presentation over to Sylvia Starlack, our Transportation Planning Manager, and also our consultant, Steve Davis from Fair and Pierce.
Thanks, Philip. Good evening, council members and members of the public. My name is Sylvia Starlack, Transportation Planning Manager with the city, and joining me tonight is Steve Davis from our Fair and Pierce consultant team. This evening, we'll provide an overview of the project and its background, as well as a summary of the first phase of community engagement. We'll also present the preferred concept plan that was developed from this phase of community feedback and briefly outline the immediate next steps of the project. Tonight, we are looking for council's direction on whether staff should proceed with this project as a whole. And if council recommends continuation of this project, staff requests that council recommend the preferred concept plan in its entirety. And then we're going to move on to the next slide. Thanks, Steve. The project was awarded $919,000 to improve bicycle facilities on 3 corridors: the Waverly multi-use path, East Meadow Drive between Alma Street and Fabian Way, and Fabian Way between East Meadow Drive and East Charleston Road. The understanding we had with VTA when we started this project was that the city must deliver a protected bikeway along Fabian Way or East Meadow Drive, and as close as possible to a protected bikeway along the corridor without a continuous protected bikeway, meaning that parts of the unprotected corridor could potentially be a buffered bikeway without the vertical separation. The project must also receive Caltrans approvals to initiate the construction phase by January 2023. And here's a project map showing the project corridors in green. These corridors serve as key routes for students traveling to multiple schools, as well as connections to various community facilities, such as the Mitchell Park Library and Community Center, the JCC, the Highway 101 Pedestrian Bike Bridge Project, and the associated Adobe Creek Reach Trail that's currently under construction. And you can see that new infrastructure in the orange on this map. This project links Palo Alto to regional employment centers in the Stanford Research Park, Mountain View, and Menlo Park. It's really quite an important project. These 2 charts display data on students bicycling to school. And these data are collected by counting the number of bikes at a school. And these counts are done by our wonderful Parent-Teacher Association volunteers. Relevant to this project, the graph on the left shows in blue that JLS student biking has increased from 48% in 2009 to 70% in 2019. So over 10 years, it increased. The actual numbers rose from 463 students to 760 students biking to JLS. The graph on the right shows in red that gun students biking increased from 33% in 2009 to 50% in 2019. The actual numbers rose from 633 students to 982 students biking. For this coming school year, later start times for JLS and Gun and all of our secondary schools could result in even higher rates of biking and walking, as parents' work schedules may no longer align with a morning school drop-off that's now later. Additionally, according to a fall 2020 survey of PAUSD parents, a lack of protected bikeways is the main reason cited by elementary school parents who do not allow their children to bike to school. Analysis from the city's current sustainability and climate action plan effort shows that the transportation sector, in red on this slide, is the largest source of greenhouse gas emissions in the city at 65%. Projects such as this one support mode shift from vehicle trips to active forms of travel. It's a relatively low cost and efficient strategy to help reduce greenhouse gas emissions and reduce the barriers to bicycling identified by local parents. And with that in mind, let's take a look at the 3 project corridors and what they look like now. The existing Waverly bike path is bumpy with uneven surfaces in places due to cracking and tree root intrusion. There are also obstacles such as overgrown vegetation as seen in this photo. Additionally, the path is directly adjacent to a chain link fence that can interfere with bicycle handlebars. And these issues, combined with high demand during school peak periods, have led to falls and collisions for students cycling to school. On Fabian Way, we have heard parents indicate that the existing bicycle facilities make it a difficult school commute route. This is likely due to the large crossing distances, traffic volumes and speeds, and lack of separation from vehicle traffic. As you can see in the photo on the right, this is Fabian Way looking towards West Bayshore Road. The shared bicycle and parking lane leaves little room for bicyclists and it presents a dooring exposure. East Meadow Drive is a popular school commute corridor. It currently has one vehicle travel lane, one bike lane, and one non-standard width parking lane in each direction. The rolled curbs, large parked vehicles, and lack of space between the bike lane and parking lane can result in challenges for bicyclists, exposing them to dooring risks by parked cars or causing them to use sidewalks when bike lanes are obstructed. And now I would like to turn the presentation over to Steve, who will share a summary of feedback we've received so far.
Thanks, Sylvia. Yeah, so we'll go through a summary of the engagement activities and the feedback received to date first. So the initial engagement period for the project spanned April 28th to July 14th. Office of Transportation staff are learning and adapting their engagement approach based on the prior projects and pandemic limitations. Staff and the consultant team used email, the city's social media channels, mailers, door hangers, flyers, posters, an online survey, webinars, and a payback meeting to engage the public in the project. Recurrent themes heard in our engagement included concerns about visibility of protected lanes, coordination with the Charleston Arrastradero project, the difficulty of biking on East Meadow during school peak periods, and concerns about reduced parking. As will be noted later in this presentation, staff solicited resident input and brought that to VTA. Staff were successful in advocating for the community so that the grant scope could be adjusted. Survey and resident meeting details are in the staff report and also included in attachments D and F. Based on the feedback that was received through the event, the survey, the web map, as well as emails to the Office of Transportation, we developed a preferred alternative for consideration. The preferred alternative for Waverly Path was identified as widening the path to either side of the path where feasible. This design has the potential to provide the greatest enhancement to the user's experience while minimizing the effect on trees. Based on the feedback, it is anticipated that a continuous rigid barrier would be investigated to replace the existing chain link fence in order to best control interactions between students on the path and vehicles in the adjacent circulation aisles. As previously mentioned, any widening toward the school would need to be coordinated with the school district and the fire department. Given support for protected bikeways on Fabian Way, the preferred concept includes a reduction in travel lanes and maintains on-street parking as part of a parking protected bikeway in the eastbound direction toward US 101, which on this aerial is shown off to the left. Improvements for this segment would be coordinated with other improvements programmed as part of the Charleston Arrastradero project, including the lane configurations at the East Charleston Road intersection with Fabian Way. East Meadow Drive has been broken down into 4 different segments for the identification of preferred alternative based upon the feedback received. Location number 1 is between East Meadow Circle and Fabian Way, so the furthest east end of the corridor, and would retain parking in the westbound direction, traveling away from Fabian Way while keeping bike lanes on both sides of the street. Location number 2 is the extreme other end of East Meadow Drive, so that would be between Alma Street and Waverly Street. Compared to the rest of the corridor, relatively few properties on this segment of East Meadow Drive have driveways directly accessing East Meadow. Most of the properties front the cross streets. Because of this, the preferred design of protected bike lanes in both directions with parking maintained on one side of the street has been identified. And access to all driveways on East Meadow would be maintained. Location number 3 is between Waverly Street and Middlefield Road, including the frontage of JLS and Fairmeadow Schools, as well as Mitchell Park on the south side or eastbound direction side of the street. Along this section, a majority of the north side of the street consists of residential frontage. Because of this context, a preferred design was identified as a hybrid of the original 2 options. On the residential side of the street, a buffered bike lane would be introduced in the westbound direction, while the on-street parking lane would be widened between the bike lane and sidewalk. The buffer would increase bicyclist comfort and provide additional space to navigate the door zone. Alternatives to provide a buffer between bicyclists and parked vehicles could also be considered. On the school side of the street, a protected bikeway would be provided by including physical separation in the proposed painted buffer. Access to all existing driveways would be maintained. One specific unique location within segment 3 is where angled parking is provided with direct access from East Meadow Drive adjacent to the Fairmeadow Elementary School. The same general cross section as was described in the last slide would be maintained here, but the bike lane would be striped with dash markings to identify the mixing zone between bicycles and vehicles completing parking maneuvers in the angled parking. This is similar to the existing treatment on Stanford Avenue at the dish parking. The final segment of East Meadow Drive is between Middlefield Road and East Meadow Circle, where both sides of the street are generally fronted by residential properties. Based upon feedback received from residents and the Planning and Transportation Commission in July, the preferred design has been changed from what was presented to PTC. Following PTC direction to work with VTA to maintain grant funds and find a solution that does not remove approximately 80 parking spaces, staff have identified alternative treatments that, if supported by the community, staff are confident VTA could allow in lieu of protected bicycle facilities. So with that in mind, staff proposed traffic calming in the form of travel lane width reductions from 11 feet to 10 feet, as well as bicycle lane visibility treatments, such as green lanes at intersections and mid-lane stencils. If feasible, additional traffic calming could be added to this segment and further community. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Sylvia to explain the next steps for the project.
Thanks, Steve. Let's see, next slide. I am not seeing slide 26. Is Steve frozen? Oh, you were frozen, Steve. I'm not seeing slide 26. I think Steve's going. Oh, I wonder if Steve is out. Okay.
I just got booted briefly there as well. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Maybe, do you have the presentation?
Yeah, oh yeah, Steve was kicked out of Zoom. I just got a note. Okay, yes. Oh. Thank you. If council directs the project to move forward, staff will release a request for proposals for the design phase in the fall, which will include more community engagement, parking and traffic studies, and temporary treatments. Slide 27. This is one of several check-ins with council about this project. Council action tonight is to let us know if we should move forward with this project and if we should keep moving in this direction. The recommendation as stated in the staff report is the preferred concept at this very initial stage. As the design process moves forward, some changes may be made based on a variety of factors, including community engagement or what is on or under the street. We will come back for interim and final design approvals in the next stages of the project. Staff welcome your feedback at this time. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Let's go ahead and go to the public that would like to speak to this item. I see 4 hands, 5 hands. So please go ahead and put your hand up if you'd like to speak. It looks like we're going to have more than 10 people. So let's go with 2 minutes a speaker. And we will continue to take hands until the second speaker, actually after the end of the first speaker, who's going to be speaking for 5 people. So Scott, why don't you go ahead and start? We'll give you 8 minutes, and then the rest of the speakers will get 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. I wrote this letter on behalf of myself and Roger Pye. We are both Palo Alto homeowners, residents, and board members for the Vantage of Palo Alto Homeowners Association. We do not speak for the board, but we know the community and HOA operations well. We are also experienced cyclists. When we began discussing this project, we were on opposite sides of the issue, but in our discussions, we were able to come around to the shared position on it. Vantage is a 76-unit townhome style community at the intersection of East Meadow and Meadow Circle. One of the 2 multifamily developments there, we are the one that borders East Meadow on both sides. Due to the moderate density in the area, street parking is highly utilized, probably more so than anywhere else in the project area, notwithstanding only transient peak cases such as school pickup and drop off in the Mitchell Park area. Vantage is arguably the community most impacted by parking losses due to this project. Nevertheless, we support the project for several reasons, as originally intended, with all the with full protected bike lanes along East Meadow. First of all, the parking situation, while worse here than elsewhere, is quite good. Each of our floor plans includes 2 parking spaces. In addition, we have 28 on-site guest parking spaces. This is such an overabundance of on-site parking that it creates challenges around management. It's difficult to simply ban non-guest use because it would leave parking shamefully underutilized to nobody's benefit, yet security vendors struggle to implement nuanced policies that allow limited resident use. Why, if we have so much parking, is the curb so crowded out in front of our complex? One answer is that curb parking is free and abundant, so why wouldn't people be using it? But moreover, while Vantage may be the most impacted in a relative sense, that doesn't mean it will be heavily impacted in an absolute sense. The curb is only heavily parked directly in front of the complex where parking is most convenient. Move down East Meadow toward Lewis or in either direction on Meadow Circle, and one quickly finds many curb spaces. If we lose half of our curb parking, we will find more very close. The abundance of on-site parking means that all our residents not willing to walk any farther will have alternate on-site options available. Also, the current curb situation reflects both extensive 24-hour parking due to the COVID crisis, keeping people home, and the temporary allocation of 8 of our on-site spaces, about 29%, to construction-related use. Resuming full availability of on-site parking at our complex when repairs are complete should offset around half of the parking losses around our complex anticipated by the project. So the parking concerns are minor, but they do exist. So we must also look at the merits of the project. And simply put, we are thrilled that our city, with an abundance of north-south biking corridors, is considering adding a much-needed east-west corridor. This specific location couldn't be better. It will enhance safety traveling to 4 amazing schools that draw heavy bike ridership and create safer access to the new Fabian overpass and the abundant jobs at Facebook, Google, Amazon, Microsoft, Yahoo, the North Bayshore office complexes in Sunnyvale, and the downtown area of Mountain View that are all accessible via the Bay Trail. We are fortunate that such a strategic corridor even exists for meeting so many diverse needs at once, and it would be folly to pass on the opportunity to use grant money to fund developing it. We have one concern about option 1 on the East Meadow segment. Including bullards risks creating cleaning issues that could result in debris hazards. If debris are present in the lane, that would offset safety benefits of bullards. We're not sure if the proposal accounts for this and suggests that the council would be wise to inquire with staff and consultants on the question of how street cleaning would work with bullards. If cleaning is addressed, then bullards are definitely safer. Finally, we want to note that while the merits of this project are considerable, we think the best option for bike safety is usually to block intersections to through vehicle traffic. This sorts vehicle traffic into high throughput areas, which keeps them out of neighborhoods and avoids conflicts with bikes, children, and pedestrians. Palo Alto has done this to great effect in several places, and while we understand this is not the direction East Meadow is going in today, Council and the PTC would be wise to keep this approach top of mind for considering future projects. Thank you very much, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carrie Wagner.
Hi, thank you very much. I live in Charleston Meadows and regularly bike these paths. We are, as you know, as the council is well aware, we're really short of east-west routes for bikes in especially in South Palo Alto. This is the perfect place for this path. It's used by so many kids, and with the biggest issue parents have with their kids cycling is because they're worried about them being able to bike safely. This would really reassure parents, and it's good for all of us. So I'm going to urge the council to please vote to continue this project and continue and support the planning and transportation proposal. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Arnaud Bolens.
Dear City Council members and Mayor Du Bois, my name is Arnoud Boelens. I am a volunteer for Safe for the School, but tonight I'm speaking as an individual. I would like to urge you to move forward with the South Palo Alto Bikeways project. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change released their latest report today, and the Earth is heating up at an unprecedented rate. Meanwhile, the Dixie Fire is now the state's second largest fire in history and only 20% contained. This project will help the city achieve its sustainability goals by giving people a more viable alternative to driving in their single occupancy vehicle. The installation of protected bicycle lanes on Fabian Way will provide a much needed connection with the Lee Bridge. The Waverly multi-use path is in desperate need of an upgrade, and the current mixed parking bike lane design on East Meadow is hopelessly outdated and not safe. And lastly, on a side note, I would like to point out that the timing of the public outreach over the summer is unfortunate. Students walking and riding to school and their parents are essential stakeholders in this project, but there are no PTA meetings over the summer to engage them. I hope you take the needs of the entire Palo Alto community in consideration as you make your decision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sue Freeman.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi, my name is Sue Freeman, and I live on East Meadow, and my family has lived near East Meadow in this neighborhood for many years, all my life. So we know this area very well. I want to thank the City Council members and the Planning Commission for listening to our comments and reading our letters that we submitted in this past month. I just feel that this conversation about the South Palo Alto bike path could have been handled differently if the city had just opened a conversation with nearby residents. But although we were told this happened with the door hangers, flyers, and other things, many of the residents on East Meadow and nearby streets said this did not happen. So I don't know where the breakdown was on that. But if it continues that we'll be notified, I think that that needs to be improved upon. So here we are, we're going to be doing a preliminary vote. So I hope that we can keep the lines of communication open so the neighborhoods can get the best result. I'm happy to hear that the parkings will remain in segment 4 of East Meadow, and that we can put the green paint and the bicycle pictures in the bike path and make that highly visible. I think that will make a great difference. Many of us in the area think that the Ross Road roundabout is a problem. A lot of us would like to just see that removed. And I would like to better understand what traffic calming is, which was noted on the slides that we just saw and just brought up recently. A lot of us don't recall hearing that traffic calming would be done, and we don't quite know what that means. So thank you for listening to us, and I hope that the grant money that is available can be used and that the VTA can go ahead and let us have the changes we've requested and still move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kenneth Fell.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening. Yes, my name's Kenneth Fell. I've been living at 736 East Meadow, which is on segment 4 for the past 41 years. I'd like to refer you to slide 34 of the presentation. It talks about traffic calming, and as Sue had just mentioned, this had never been discussed before. If traffic calming is only the reduction of the lane sizes, that's fine, because I do want to remind the council that there's a fire station at East Meadow and Middlefield, and they do use East Meadow as a thoroughfare for paramedics and EMTs and for themselves. And I would not want to see obstacles put in the way that would delay any response time for those emergency services. I'd also like to mentioned that with respect to the roundabout, if we're concerned about bike safety, if you look at the roundabout, it eliminated the bike lanes, both going east and west on East Meadow, where it forces the cyclists into the vehicle traffic lane itself. So if they are concerned about bike safety, they should also take a hard look at removing that roundabout and restoring the bike lanes so that you don't have the merging of cyclists and vehicles in the same lane together. And then return to the stop signs that we had before. And I appreciate the fact that they did modify the plan to retain the street side parking in segment 4. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Robert Neff.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Well, I want to thank city staff for bringing this forward. And I think they've done a strong job of negotiating a path between the limitations of the original grant, which really probably did have insufficient community input, and where we are today. And I'm glad to see that transportation staff's outreach is seeking to improve that and to get better community feedback as they go forward, and to incorporate that community feedback in what they're doing here. As far as the recommendations that are made, I think to start with, the improvements to the Waverly path are an obvious need. My son has hit a tree branch there with his head, and so we're glad to see that happen. Any improvements there? Fabian Way is long overdue for the suggested improvements. In addition, I encourage the city's planners to reconsider removal of the existing pedestrian crossing on Fabian, and instead improve it and consider adding more. With the long distance between West Meadow and Charleston, a safe mid-block crossing is a must, probably across the street from the school. At Fairmeadow, the plan calls for angled parking next to the bike lane, but back-end parking, as is done at the Stanford Dish, would be safer for bicyclists. It gives people better visibility as they're pulling out of parking spaces to bicycles in the bike lane. The city is planning on a new left turn lane on Meadow near Waverly. And in addition, it would be beneficial to have a left turn pocket for bicyclists at Bryant, where it is needed as well. In all of the implementations, I hope the city staff will focus on low cost, easy to implement changes to quickly change the character of the street and allow conversation and additional low cost changes if there's a need for later improvements and adjustments. And I encourage council to approve the preferred concept plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Katie Ruff.
Hello, my name is Katie, and I'm a junior at Gunn High School. As a young member of the Palo Alto neighborhood, I would like to urge the city to pursue the preferred South Palo Alto Bikeways plan, particularly as a member of the PAUSD district who has been biking to school since 6th grade. I believe that this initiative will build bike infrastructure, which will make it easier and safer for kids like me and for future generations to bike to school every day and grow a stronger sense of community. It'll also encourage people to get out of cars and onto biking paths and bridges, which will decrease the dangers of people wanting to bike. One major concern that proponents of this plan argue is that it'll take away parking spots, but I worry that choosing not to continue with this plan will simply promote vehicles instead of people, while just letting a couple of parking spots that weren't ever really our own to begin with. And of course, with the next steps, including reconfiguration of parking, I'm confident that this downside hopefully won't be as significant as people might think it may be. Lastly, especially in Palo Alto, transportation is one of the most significant contributors to our carbon emissions, making the preferred South Palo Alto bike plan a great way to reduce our carbon emissions. Ultimately, I believe that we must support this plan to increase community property for the city's benefit, while also encouraging kids like me to make sustainable transportation choices in their daily life. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Penny Ellison.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. So first of all, I want to thank staff for being responsive to the community comments that they got. And I want to ask council to please support staff's recommendation to move the concept plans forward to the next phase, including the new recommendations staff has made in response to the PTC's and East Meadow neighbors' comments. I'm really glad the Waverly bike path will be repaired. This is a path that I use a lot. And in fact, I use East Meadow and Fabian quite a lot as well on my bicycle. I'm glad that Waverly Path will be brought up to current standards. It is currently has substandard width, cracked and very uneven pavement, obstacles, a handlebar grabbing fence. All of these things are hazardous and inadequate to carry the huge volume of today's commuters to JLS. 70% of JLS students are biking to school today. Compare that to 16% in 2000. I also want to point out that there really is a problem getting on and off the path at East Meadow, and I hope that interchange will be looked at and some adjustments will be made to it to make it a little easier so that both drivers and cyclists know what to do and what to expect at that intersection. With regard to segment 4, staff has offered a compromise solution in this report in the form of bike lane visibility and traffic calming improvements, which unfortunately is going to leave the dooring hazard in place. So I'm going to ask that we talk, somebody that's this evening explain what the Dutch reach is to the community so that we can do something to at least mitigate some of this risk for the many students who are going to be bicycling in that door zone, unfortunately. And then finally, I just want to say with regard to Fabian, I think the parking, traffic, and speed studies are going to be very illuminating for this route. Bike volumes are low on Fabian right now, mainly because at the moment it is a really awful environment to bicycle, even for somebody like me who's very comfortable in traffic. I think that it'll become clear when we have non-COVID data that this road is an excellent candidate for a road diet and protected bike lanes. Thank you.
Next speaker is Alan Wachtel. And Alan, you're muted if you're speaking. Okay, we'll try to come back to Alan. Our next speaker is Patricia State.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Our family of 5 have lived on East Meadow for 17 years, and contrary to the way some people frame the situation that you're either pro or against cycling, we in our family are both cycling and car commuters. And so we're actually really pro bicycle plan development, but we have a lot of concerns with the way that the bike plan has been arrived at. Problem number 1, what we see is a lack of professionalism and transparency. Apparently the plan was created 4 years ago, but most of us on the street have only recently found out about it through word of mouth. We have since written letters explaining any concerns we had. We've attended meetings, including the 3-hour plus planning meeting. We're using observational evidence from having basically a front row seat on these stretches of East Meadow for decades. But we don't feel confident in the way the project has been conducted thus far. If we had been included, we'd definitely have a better plan. And we feel many other important stakeholders who will be directly affected have no idea that this plan is even being proposed, and or they aren't able to attend meetings in this manner the way they are. They maybe don't have the time flexibility to hang on during these meetings or advanced tech skills. So they're literally just silent, but they have a lot of good data and input to offer. I just feel they've been excluded, and in that way, the plan is kind of flawed. And it doesn't seem that the plan has been based on true community input. Problem number 2 is really kind of a flawed data, I think. I see the data that is put on the slides, but there have been issues with data gathering and interpretation during this process. The survey instrument excluded whole groups of citizens who might be biking, And also the survey instrument had sampling bias. The plan.
Patricia, your time is up.
We're out. All right. Okay. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. We'll go back and try Alan Wachtel again, if you can unmute.
All right. Can you hear me this time?
Yes.
Thank you. I've been a member of the city's pedestrian and bicycle committee for approximately 40 years, but I'm not speaking for that committee. I'm only speaking for myself. I'm also a member of the Institute of Transportation Engineers. I urge the council not to approve the plan before them. This is not an issue of balancing residential needs against bicycle safety, because this plan is bad for bicycle safety. It will spend enormous amounts of money while making things worse for bicyclists, pedestrians, and motorists. There is a need in this corridor, but that could be addressed simply by lane reconfiguration, the removal of some parking, and conventional bike lanes, possibly with green paint and buffers. That approach would be quick, inexpensive, flexible, and would preserve more neighborhood parking than the current plan. That option is not presented to you because this plan was designed only to chase funding. The bikeways are presented to you as being protected, as if they were immune from collisions with automobiles. That's untrue. In fact, they create new right turn conflicts at every intersection and driveway, possibly with sight lines being obstructed by parked cars. The Federal Highway Administration report was quoted approvingly, but in fact it says driveways that intersect with separated bike lanes create a potential crash risk, and the risk is increased where there's poor sight distance due to parked cars. So I could say much more about the hazards, but I don't have the time for it. I urge you to send this back to staff to look at other alternatives in this corridor.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eric G.
This isn't actually Eric G. It's just Eric G's computer. I'm his wife, Deborah Goldine. Can I speak?
Yes, you can. Go ahead.
Thank you. I disagree with Alan Wachtel. I would like to see the council move forward with this plan. I have been biking in Palo Alto for 50 years. I put 100 miles a week on my bike, most of that biking around Palo Alto. I bike East Meadow 2 to 3 times a week. Personally, as a cyclist, as someone who's very experienced with intersections on my bike and bicycle safety, I love that roundabout. So maybe the drivers just don't like it. From my perspective, and I do it on foot with a 3-year-old, and I do it on my bike, I think it's working great. If you have to keep the parking on section 4, then you need the squeezes like they have on Ross Road with speed bumps, because that's a little speedway there, the section past Ramos Park, and also the section from Ross to Middlefield is a speedway. I second the back end parking. I think that's brilliant, and I think it's imperative. And I'm also hoping that you will remember that the community doesn't just consist of people who live on East Meadow. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker is Kelsey Baines.
Hi, hi again. My name is Kelsey Baines. I live in South Palo Alto, and I am a new bike rider. I got a bike right before COVID started, fortunately, and was lucky during COVID to be able to learn how to ride a bike or relearn how to ride a bike when there weren't that many cars on the road, which made me feel safe enough to really make that effort. So I would just encourage you to execute on this plan. I like the idea of low cost, easy to implement solutions to just try it out and get started, which was something that we learned at a Biking with Mr. Barricade event that Vice Mayor Burt spoke at. I'll just say my experience as someone who's new to cycling is roads like Fabian are not nice at all to bike on. And it's a really big wide road, and it just seems like it has the potential to be nice to bike down, but we just need to make the changes. And I'll also say that I like Ross Road. As a cyclist, it feels much safer because the cars aren't going so fast. It feels a lot safer than a road like Lewis, where like just a little stripe of paint is supposed to separate me from the cars that are sometimes going really fast. I do think we have a climate emergency. We need to get more people out of their cars and biking. So more people will be having experiences like mine, where they are maybe hesitant to bike on roads with cars. So we want to make that safer for people so that they will feel comfortable to make that mode shift into a bike, which is great. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Angie Evans.
Hi again. I am speaking on behalf of Palo Alto Forward, so I'll just go ahead and start. We support the South Palo Alto bikeways, as you probably guessed. We would like it to move forward with the protected bike lane. I know that the loss of street parking in a neighborhood is really inconvenient and can be really frustrating, but we have to look at bike and pedestrian infrastructure as an investment in the safety of all of our residents. By making it possible for thousands of us to safely move around our city using protected bike lanes, we are committing to reducing traffic and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And of equal importance right now, our city is planning to meet regional housing needs, and planning for good bike and pedestrian infrastructure is a really important part in maintaining the quality of life that we all have. And this doesn't have to actually be about parking spaces versus cyclists, but it is about committing to the future of our community. We have been leaders in the region, making Palo Alto a city that bikes to work and school and just like bikes everywhere. So I really want to see us keep that reputation as we move forward. And then since I have a little bit of time, I also want to share on a personal note, my 5-year-old is learning to ride a bike right now. We want her to be able to ride to kindergarten. And every time we send her down the road ahead of us, you know, you hold the back of the seat and then you let them go. I hold my breath, and I'm not worried about her falling off of her bike. She falls. I hold my breath because we live on one of those streets where it is just that meaningless white line, and you're watching your kid go down the street right next to this car zooming past. So I think part of it is, can we get, you know, we're going to have to look at speeds, as other people mentioned, but also part of it is just, you know, I really want to see us commit to protected bike lanes throughout Palo Alto, because I'd love to stop holding my breath by the time my second child learns to ride her bike. Okay, thank you.
And our final speaker is Kevin Mon.
Evening again, City Council. I am in support of this project. As we know, the point of biking infrastructure is to provide safety to bikers, because a car, unless a car hits another car, they're fine. But when a car hits a bike or hits a pedestrian, that's usually game over. We've had deaths, we've had injuries. And the city has a Vision Zero plan in its comp plan that we need to act upon. As the staff report has demonstrated, we have encouraged many of our students from all the schools that were mentioned during the safe parking permit that their students take these routes from schools to their home. And the new bike bridge on 101 means that more bikers will likely use those routes to go to that bike bridge. And inherently, we have these protected bike improvements because people make mistakes. People speed faster than perhaps should. People cut corners without looking. People open doors without necessarily looking both ways. And for most cases, that's fine. But for the minority of cases where it involves a person, that's a danger. And that's why there's separation. Sometimes green paint doesn't cut it if a person is perhaps driving fast because they're late for work, or they might not care about the Sharrow on the road because they've seen it every time. Like, why would they need to be reminded about bike improvements? But fundamentally, this is about the health and safety of people who do use these roads. And as there's environmental assessment attaches to them, bikes don't use emissions, and bikes do not add to congestion on the roads. And we should be encouraging that. That's why the SCAP has in its 10-year plan a lot of proposed ideas for improving bicycle and pedestrian improvements. And if we can have the funding so that we can do it without too much influences on our impacts on our own city budget, then we should be going ahead. Otherwise, we'll be having another bicycle master plan that proposes a lot of things, but the city does not necessarily have the funding to do all of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so that was our final speaker. Let's bring it back to council for questions, comments, and motions. I'd like to start. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Thanks to staff and everyone who spoke. I have some questions and a few comments. Thanks. This is the next step in the process. We agreed that the next thing to do is community engagement, and here we are. So a few questions. We have received a number of comments about the roundabout, which is part of section 4 here, and the staff report indicates there were 13 bicycle accidents on East Meadow between 2015 and 2020. Does staff happen to know how many of those were at the roundabout?
Oh, Sylvia, do you happen to know that?
I don't have it off the top of my head.
Okay, if somebody can look for that, that would be great, because I'm just trying to connect the information we're hearing from people with what's in the staff report. Next question, not going to be a surprise. Lots of discussion in all of this about buffered versus protected and some sort of cross sections. Do you have photos that you can show the community of what buffered is versus protected? I know you guys use this terminology all the time, but for the people who are coming new to it, is that something you can show us?
Yeah, I think we have a slide.
We have some slides about that.
Yeah,
Right.
do you want to pull those up right now?
That'd be great. If you didn't already show it to us, that would be fantastic.
And while she's pulling that up, I'll just note that I think that we're not going to be able to get specific location information about the incidents that occurred in that segment.
Okay. But I do recall that we do know how many accidents there've been, bicycle accidents there've been at the roundabout. So we might be able to back into it. Okay. Super helpful to see the standard bike lane and the buffered bike lane. And so what does a protected bike lane look like? Yay. Okay. Bollards, concrete, landscaped. Okay. And how many of these have we used on Charleston or Astrodero phase 1 and 2? Could we use all 3 of these versions of protected bike lanes?
We did not use bollards, I don't believe, on Charleston or Astrodero. We used concrete, we used parking, and we used landscape.
Okay. We use bollards by Green, right? Green Middle School. Okay. Yes. Super helpful. Thank you so much for that. I just think it's important for anyone trying to follow along at home, which one is which. There was a question about what traffic calming would look like on that East Meadow section of 4. Is it just narrowing from 11 to 10 feet, or is it something more?
Yeah. Sorry. So I think probably this is a case of where transportation terminology can be a very scary thing, and especially
this is why I'm asking.
Yeah, we didn't get into acronyms, but this is just traffic calming. Is using physical design or other measures to improve the safety for all modes. So really, the discussion that we had with VTA. Where initially they had, with our grant that we had written, we had proposed that we would provide protected bicycle lanes throughout that entire segment. But we believe that through our discussions with them that we would be able to get them to allow us to not do that in that segment if we were to put in traffic calming. And the traffic calming that we've proposed is a 1 foot lane reduction in that segment.
Okay.
A few other minor things like using some green paint at the intersections and doing mid-block bike lane stencils.
Okay, well, I'm going to interrupt my questioning to say I'm a huge fan of the green paint. I know there was some interest in avoiding it on Ross Road, but I spent some time over the break visiting family up and down this state. And when you drive somewhere that you're not familiar with, that green paint is fantastic. So I realize everyone has their own individual approach, but I'm a huge supporter of that because it's consistent, right? People don't have to figure out what they're trying to do. Is there something new? It works pretty much everywhere you are. One of the other references in the staff report is to access to our new and exciting bike bridge, which is now coming in the fall. Anything else we should be thinking about tonight with respect to that, or will this go through some similar community engagement process?
So I'm not sure what you mean by this similar engagement process, but
I'm just saying, how will people know when that's going to be and what it's going to look like?
Oh, sorry. So you're talking about the bike bridge?
Yeah, the access to the bike bridge, which is not specifically part of this, right?
Well, so it's not, but it actually connects. So
right?
These are absolutely connected. So this is actually a key connection to that bike bridge. It connects to the access point at the Adobe Creek. So there will be a connection if this project is completed to that, noting that the bike bridge is happening regardless of this project. So there will be information about how to access the bike bridge regardless of this project.
Okay, that maybe just wasn't super clear in the staff report. I realize my time is up. I will come back on the next round. And just one last thing on the staff report. Usually in these, at the end of it, there is a list of attachments with links. It was a little hard to follow that in the staff report, and I think I might have missed some things that were included. So just one thing for the next version of this report, there are an awful lot of attachments, and I know I missed a few of them because they were interspersed and not listed at the end. Thanks.
Councilmember Koo.
Thank you. My question was answered.
Okay. Vice Mayor Burt.
Thanks. So a couple things. First, I want to really commend staff for listening to the community and coming up with creative solutions that really still provided the sorts of bike safety that we're looking for in this program. It's a really important connection of our network. We saw these phenomenal numbers of middle and high schoolers at 50 to 70% bicycle mode share. And so much of that has to do with the Safe Routes to School program over those 2 decades that's nationally recognized as one of the top programs in the country. It's really been led by a volunteer group and our staff, and we're looking going forward for an even stronger collaboration by the school district on that. But this is really a missing link in that connection for multiple middle schools and high school and the high school at Gunn. Second, though, with the 101 bike overpass, it's also a really important connection for recreational riders to our baylands and a huge number of people in South Palo Alto who work in basically the North Bay Shore area of Mountain View. And I think it's going to really shift people even more to bicycling for commuting and riding to school, and make it safer for both them and current riders. And once again, it's not about forcing anybody to ride. It's about making it attractive and safe and easy for people who would choose to ride. And I'm glad that staff has indicated that there's still refinements to the plan that are likely to occur based on different feedback and going forward. So our action tonight is not a final part of the plan. Oh, just to comment on traffic calming, there are a couple of really great pamphlets that are now more than 20 years old. But one of the really interesting things is that cars go at a more moderate speed based upon either actual constraints of slight lane narrowing or buffers, or even perceived. The same with street, comparable circumstances that are tree lined with canopies versus not tree lined, and the traffic speed is slower. It's a really interesting phenomena, and it's important for the community to understand that. And we're not talking about slowing traffic down below speed limits. We're talking about getting people to adjust and be closer to the speed limit. I also want to thank the VTA staff. I know that Philip and his group have been working with them, and there was an initial concern that these modifications might jeopardize our grant, and My understanding from talking with them is that they're receptive to the changes that our staff has come up with. And just like on Measure B, we're really seeing some good collaboration with the VTA staff supporting North County and Palo Alto initiatives. I do hope that this important aspect that Penny Ellison brought up of what's called the Dutch reach, and Sylvia talked about dooring, we need to add that to the educational process, because people opening doors into a bike lane is the remaining big hazard that we have. And part of that is just education. And the Dutch reach is not a soccer maneuver. It's how you make sure that you open your door safely for bicyclists. So finally, on that note, I would like to move the staff recommendation to approve these concepts as the preferred alternatives as written in the staff report, with an understanding that the staff is still going to be refining those and continue to listen to input from the community and adjust where they think it's beneficial to do so.
I'll second that.
Great. And I've spoken adequately to the motion.
Okay, just to speak to my second, and then I'll go to you, Councilmember Stone. Same thing. I want to thank staff for really listening and adjusting based on the community input. I think it was really an example of outreach working well and being flexible. So that's awesome. I did have a question since the bike bridge was brought up. With the bike lanes on both sides of Fabian, how do people on the south or east side on Fabian, how do they get onto the bike bridge? Or will they?
So we're trying to figure that out. So that will be still further refined, but we will figure out an adequate connection there. I'm not sure if, Sylvia, do we have a defined answer there yet? No, I think you're muted.
Sorry, yeah, we're still looking at that. We have many ideas on the drawing board for how to make that connection happen.
Okay. Yeah, and again, on section 4, I think it's generally a pretty sleepy section of road. And I just ask that we don't go overboard with the street paint. I think it is useful, but it also becomes, on a quiet residential street, it can get a little overwhelming. And then if I understand it, you're going to come back with more detailed plans, correct? And I hope when you come back, we'll get block by block plans that we've seen in the past. I think, given some of the issues we've seen with Ross Road, it'd be really good to see kind of those detailed plans. And then you also mentioned temporary treatments. So are we going to do things like hay bales and things?
I'm not sure we're going to, I don't know, Phil, if you want to take this, but I'm not sure we're going to be using hay bales, but we would like to do some kind of temporary treatment to preview what we are proposing.
Great.
Yeah, just to note that this was something that the Office of Transportation has talked about as part of our community engagement process is not just having people find out about this type of installation when we're out actually moving concrete and asphalt and all of that. So the hope is to actually get something out there for people to see what it will actually feel like before we do a more permanent installation.
Great. Yeah, whether it's hay bales or something else, I think that is really important. So I'm glad that's happening as well. So thank you. Okay, so Councilmember Stone and then Councilmember Filson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I also want to kind of second comments made by the Vice Mayor and Mayor, just commending staff on really doing, I think, a great job taking that community feedback and modifying the plans to really be able to fit that. I think we need to see more of that in the community. And I think this process really played out well, and we're getting a much better product out of it too. So I thank you for that. I have a couple of questions, and then I'll speak to the motion. I was curious regarding the trees along the Waverly multi-use path. The report states that 15 trees would potentially be impacted due to construction disturbances associated with replacing the pavement. Can staff just elaborate on the significance of that impact on those trees? Are we anticipating tree removal or just pruning? If you can talk a little bit about that.
So I don't have a lot of data on that. We're still trying to understand what construction methods we can use to avoid any kind of impacts, is really to the roots. So, you know, if we have to regrade the path, then that might have a problem. So we're still looking at that, but we did do a preliminary report just to see what is the, you know, potential scope of our impact.
And just to note, if you've been out there, that some of the, it's pretty evident that some of the tree roots have caused the pathway to come up in certain areas. So there is, you know, there is the potential that some of those trees will be impacted.
Okay, so I assume we'll get more information when this comes back, and I would imagine as well conversations with the school district as well as the options on how we widen those paths. I see a lot of shaking your head. Good. Okay,
yes.
perfect.
Yes. Further analysis to come.
Great. Thank you. Also, can you further explain how drop-offs and pickups will work in front of JLS and Fair Meadow before and after school? The report kind of touched on it a bit, but it didn't give much detail.
Yeah. So, so for the section along the JLS frontage, that would become a protected bike lane. So adjacent to the school, drop-offs and pickups could not occur. However, the school's driveway is still available for drop-off and pickup. And the opposite side of the street, which is where the houses are, is still available for drop-off and pickup as per usual. And Mitchell Park is also available with that driveway, is also available for drop-off and pickup. The school has many 700 students who normally bike to school. So if we are able to improve this biking situation, hopefully there'll be less need for drop-off and pickup. But there are still many places around that school where drop-off and pickup can occur.
Great. Thank you. Has the school district weighed in on that?
We've reached out and told them that this parking reduction, this frontage would be, is potentially going to be repurposed in order to improve the safety of the bike lanes for students.
And no response?
We are also talking to them about the Waverly bike path also. So, and we've talked, they know that this project is here and we have not heard anything from them about the East Meadow side. We have clearly been talking to them about the Waverly path and the trees there.
Yeah, I should note that they're active partners in this grant, and not only that, you know, supported the grant at its original time of its writing. So they are very active. You know, Sylvia and staff actually went out and looked at, you know, the Waverly path with PAUSD school district staff. So noting they are quite active.
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, and I'm definitely familiar with the biking there and both the good and the bad. I mean, the 70% rate is really incredible. When I used to teach at JLS, I actually was the advisor for the 7th grade student council there, and one of the projects that we took on was trying to make biking to school safer for students, and we held like a whole week bike safety thing, which was really successful and got a lot of feedback from the students. And the one thing that I heard from so many students who were not biking to school, even though a significant percentage are, were safety concerns, especially along East Meadow there. I'm going to be supporting this motion really for 2 main reasons. One, safety, of course, and I think safety for everyone, but safety for our students really needs to be a paramount decision. And there's no question in my mind that this is going to lead to safer situation for our students biking to JLS and all of the other schools along that route. And you know, another reason why I really think this is going to be important. This past summer, back in June, I had the very a great opportunity to be able to go to Paris for a couple of weeks, and the mayor there, Hidalgo, she has transformed that city into a bike city. And I think over the last couple of years, she had the city of Paris has created over 30 miles of new bike lanes. A lot of these bicycle lanes are kind of what we're trying to do here, are separated bicycle lanes. And on my previous trips to Paris, before a lot of these were there, there was no way that I would get on a bicycle out there on some of those streets. I mean, those are some very aggressive drivers driving at high speeds, very compact. This time, being in those bike lanes, I felt so safe, so secure. I was on a bike tour. I asked the tour guide, has he seen changes in how people are using bicycles in the city? And he said it is an incredible transformation. I looked it up when I got back, and due to these changes in just the last couple of years, Paris has seen an increase of a 70% increase in bicyclists over the last couple of years due to the work that the city of Paris is doing. So I think it's not a question of whether this works or not. It does work, and it's common sense that this would work. And if we're going to meet a lot of our SCAP goals and try to address climate change within this community, we know that 65% of our GHG emissions is caused by transportation and mobile sources. And so encouraging more people to bike to work, to school, for fun, whatever it may be, is going to be a critical piece of our strategy in doing that. So again, I thank staff for bringing this forward, for working with our community to really make this a better project. Really excited to see it come back before us. And thank you very much.
Councilmember Filsa.
Let's do it.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I wanted to thank staff for bringing this forward. As you guys know, I bike a lot, so definitely appreciate protected bike lanes and safe biking. One question I wanted to ask is, I was looking on page 1, and the third paragraph at the bottom talks about the loss of 80 parking spaces, but I was looking in the report for what percentage of parking is lost by doing this, and I couldn't find that. Can staff tell me where that is?
So I just want to note, I think in the segment that you're referring to for the 80 spaces, it's approximately noting that these are not striped spaces. So approximately 80 spaces on one side of the road and approximately 80 on the other side of the road. So the parking lane removal in that segment would result in approximately 80 spaces being lost.
No, I guess what I know it's 80 spaces.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to clarify that. I think what you're asking though is what percentage in total of the parking is being removed. And I just have to say that we would need to do a more in-depth parking study to have that kind of information. I believe at this time, we don't really have that kind of information. Just really was developing kind of higher level concepts at this time.
Okay, because I had several office hours on this topic, and this was like one of the big concerns was just how much parking would be lost. And I couldn't tell by looking at the report what percentage roughly would be lost. And do you have a rough feel about how much?
So just noting that the concern that we mostly heard was regarding that the 80 parking spaces, approximately 80 parking spaces in the parking lane that we are not currently proposing to remove in segment 4. So there's not a proposal to remove parking in that segment.
Well, I guess I'm talking about all like for the whole program, not just this one segment.
I don't think we have numbers that we can provide to you for the parking lots in the other segments.
Hang on a second. We might. Let me just check. I thought we put that in here.
Unless
Steve, I don't know. Steve, do you
might have
know?
it.
Let me see if Steve has it. When for segment, I don't know if we have it for the whole.
I'm trying to run just really quick math. That would be rough.
Yeah, we don't need to get super exact. I'm just trying to get a rough feel about like how much are we talking about, and more importantly, do you guys have any idea of how much like parking is being used right now on those streets, those segments?
So we did not do a parking occupancy study, so I can't answer that. Between Waverly and Middlefield, it would be 39 spaces approximately. And then I don't have the Waverly Alma number.
So in terms of curb length, that would be currently marked as parking, generally speaking, along segments of the corridor. the removal would represent a little less than 20% of the total project's curb
That's
length
good enough.
that's
So
needed
about,
for parking.
okay, so about 20% less parking is basically what you're saying, right?
Ballpark, yeah.
Okay, roughly for all the streets in this program, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, but you have no idea about like how tough the parking is right now.
Correct.
Okay.
So anecdotally, we do, but not, we didn't do a formal parking study.
And so just anecdotally, what's your feel? Is it severely impacted? Not impacted at all? What's your feel?
No, we did not find it to be severely impacted.
Okay, great. Can you bring up the picture you guys had of the roundabout? And maybe as you bring it up, you can maybe bring a picture of the roundabout, and also I'm just curious if you could bring up also a picture of one of the diagrams of the protected bike lanes. I just had a couple questions about each.
So I'm not recalling, did we have a slide that had a roundabout in it? And out of curiosity, if I can, Councilmember Tanaka, what are you referring to the roundabout for?
Oh, that was also something that came up yesterday, was concerns about roundabout. Basically, it's you can pull up in Google Maps, actually. I think that's what we did, but it's in Google Maps. And there was concern about how it pushes the bikes into the roundabout. I mean, to the cars, with the bulges out, and it pushes them right into the lanes with the cars. And so, yeah, I think we looked at it on Google Maps, but I don't know if you have a picture of it. Otherwise, you can put Google Maps too, and also see it.
I can share Google Maps.
Okay. And maybe someone else could pull up the diagram of the protected bike lanes. Yeah, okay, this is a good one. So can you zoom in a little bit more? Okay, so so some of the concern is that you go down, let's say Ross Road, right? You see how it kind of bulges out the curb? There's concern that it pushes bikers into the traffic. And I guess, and people are wondering, like, why isn't it just a straight shot? I don't know if you guys could talk a little bit about that.
Well, I just want to note that, first of all, that this item doesn't exactly have relation to that, but I'd be happy to speak about it. But just noting that this item has no direct relation to the Ross Road roundabout. But
okay, well, maybe
the reason why that
is there another roundabout that is in this project?
There are no roundabouts.
Okay, then let's skip this. This came up yesterday, but it's off topic, so let's skip it. Can we bring up the diagram of the cross section of the protected bike lanes?
Which segment?
It doesn't really matter. Any of them have that has a protected bike lane on there.
I think maybe just the sample of what a protected bike.
Just pick one of the segments and just bring it up.
Do you want a segment, or do you want the image of what a protected bike lane is? Are you looking for
the cross section? You guys have a cross section.
I'll pull up Fabian.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a good one. So so I saw the 3 foot. So you have the 3 foot, I guess, bollards right on each side. One thing I was wondering about, and I'm just trying to. My question here is there a way to preserve some of the parking? And we'll just use this one as an example, right? But you guys, you probably have good answers for it. So I just wanted to understand this better. So, because the protected car by itself actually provides a lot of safety, right? It's a 2-ton bollard, right? So probably the biker on the other side that's on the inside is probably gonna be pretty protected. And there's a 3 foot buffer there. And I guess, why do we need to have? Because I've also looked at some of the cross sections for Cambridge, Massachusetts, and they also had a protected bike lane ordinance. And I noticed that they actually just put a parked car right next to the protected bike lanes. But in this one, in all of our diagrams, we tend to have this 3 foot buffer with bollards. And I was wondering, I mean, it seems to be that it could be even cheaper, perhaps, just to use paint and use the parked car as a bollard versus having to have a separate bollard an extra 3 feet. Because I was wondering, if you did that, could we squeeze in the parking back on the other side?
So just to note, there's no, maybe this is the wrong cross section for us to look at, but there's no parking loss on Fabian.
Okay, well, maybe we should pick the one that does.
So happy to look at another one, but the answer to your question is there's not enough width to retain both the parking and have the bicycle lanes.
Okay, I guess what I'm asking is, because you have the 3-foot buffer on both sides, would it be possible to, and I'm just kind of exploring ideas here in the spirit of, can we preserve some of the parking? So like, okay, so this is an example of one where there's some parking lots, correct? Okay.
Yes.
So, so for instance, we have that 3-foot buffer on the left-hand side and 3-foot buffer on the other side, right next to the parking lanes with the bollards. One thing I saw that Cambridge did, and also it's kind of like what happens at Green Middle School right now, is you have the cycle track where the both directions are next to each other, and couldn't you just use a parked car? So you could gain 6 feet by putting the bike lanes together, and then just using a parked car as protection, and thus not have to lose that parking space on the left-hand side.
So the quick answer to that, and Steve could give you more details, is there's not enough width. So if you look,
even if you got rid of that 3-foot buffer and you put the bike lanes together, there's still not enough width.
So the California does not allow you to get rid of that. So in order to have parked vehicles next to the bikeway, you're required to have a 3-foot area for dooring, because if you picture the dooring zone as being flipped from the driver's side to the passenger side, the bikes no longer have the escape route of moving into the vehicle lane. So they're kind of in a trap spot.
Councilmember Tanaka, you've about doubled your time, just letting you know.
Okay, let me try to wrap it up. So how does Massachusetts do this? Or they just have different ordinances in Massachusetts?
They do have a different guideline, although the current version of the Massachusetts bikeway design would also not allow that. So mostly Cambridge's installations predate the standard having in, so they're just grandfathered in from having been installed before they had their latest standards in the state level.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you guys. And Mayor, I was pretty quick on other items, so hopefully that will make up for it. Thanks.
Yeah. So we did one round. Councilmember Cormack, if you have something quick, I don't want to trigger an entire round of additional comment, but go ahead.
Well, I'm allowed to speak to the motion, correct?
Yeah, we did one complete round, but go ahead.
Well, I was pretty clear that I had a few more comments. So I wanted to spend just a little bit of time on what the communications looked like for the benefit of people who might not live here and didn't receive it. The mailer, the poster, there were examples in there. I just want to compliment staff on that. I know some people feel that they didn't know about it until later, but I noted the date that, I and my neighbors received it, which was early in May. I think one of the things we've learned from this process is you need to have multi-levels of communication. So it's interesting to read that some people wanted to do a super detailed survey, and some people are like, could you just show me a video so I understand what this is like? And I think that's one of the real benefits of us taking so much time to do this. Interesting to note that Spanish was not as heavily utilized. It does make sense that going forward, we might want to do Chinese translation instead. I'll say about the data that was provided that it's nice and I'm glad we did it, but I don't think it's determinative given the fact that it was conducted during COVID. So personally, I'm not going to place a lot of confidence in that. I do appreciate the fact that it was done. It's better than nothing. As to the parking on East Meadow at Ramos, that's not actually for people who live on East Meadow. In response to the comment, that's for people who come to that park for children's sports activities and things like that. So I think that just echo what the Vice Mayor said was a very nice compromise. No one's actually explained the Dutch reach. Just imagine you're sitting in your car. If you're the driver, you want to reach with your right hand. So Dutch reach, for me, reach with your right, it's alliterative. I'll just point that out. And I sent a video earlier today to Mr. Kami and Ms. Starlack. Perhaps our children's theater can do one of those fun little musicals. I think there's a real opportunity for CSD to work with the Office of Transportation on that. The main reason I'm supporting this is, the hundreds of kids, and mine were among them, who bike to JLS and this fantastic bike bridge. And it's really extraordinary how much work staff has done here. And I know not everyone is in agreement yet, but we are so far ahead, light years ahead of where we were the last time we did this. And I think it will benefit everyone being more familiar. So thanks.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and vote on this item. Starting with Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormac,
Yes.
I vote yes. Councilmember Philseth
Yes.
and Councilmember Ku.
Yes.
Great. Okay, so that passes on a 7-0 vote. I'm going to suggest we take another 10-minute break. We are behind schedule. We picked up a little bit of time. Let's come back at 10:05 promptly, and we'll start on item number 13. Okay, council members, if you're back, please turn your camera on. Okay, it looks like we have a quorum. Let's go ahead and start item 13, which is multi-parts adoption of the resolution endorsing the Santa Clara Community Plan to End Homelessness, direction on a Project Home Key project, as well as several other items. Would staff like to go ahead and start the presentation?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you see my screen okay? Excellent. Good evening, everyone. Chantel Cotton Gaines, Deputy City Manager of the City of Palo Alto. The item before you today is linked to the City Council's recovery priority. In January, the City Council asked for staff to look at how to allocate additional resources to RV parking, unhoused, and childcare. This item continues in that vein. On April 5th, the City Council held a study session and expressed interest in the following: endorsement of the community plan, having some sort of discussion on the items that the city will do related to this unhoused topic, consideration of additional HISRAP funds. The City Council did that in June with the adoption of the budget, researching Project Home Key and potential sites, as well as looking at street outreach services and continuing to work with the county. Many of these items are in front of you today. Quick presentation overview gives you a sense of where we're going. All right, before we jump into the community plan, I wanted to do introductions. We have quite a few people here today during this presentation that are available for the presentation as well as questions and answers. First, from Santa Clara County Office of Supportive Housing, we have Ms. Consuelo Hernandez, the director, as well as Catherine KJ Kaminsky, the deputy director. From Destination Home, we have Ray Bramson, the chief operating officer. From Santa Clara County Housing Authority, the new executive director is here with us today, Mr. Preston Prince. I just wanted to introduce him to the council. They're very excited to continue to grow their partnership with the city at the Housing Authority. From Life Moves, we have Ms. Joanne Price, the vice president of real estate and operations, and of course, city staff from the city manager's office, community services, police, and the planning and development services department and the attorney's office. So just kudos to everyone involved. And with that, I will turn it over to Ray and KJ to go over the Santa Clara County Community Plan to End Homelessness 2020-2025.
Great. Thank you very much, Chantel. Good to be here. Can everyone hear me? Just making sure.
You're a little distant, but we can hear you.
All right. I'll try and I'll speak up. If I could see next slide, please. So thank you very much, Mayor, council members, for having us here today. Ray Bramson, Chief Operating Officer, Destination Home. The Community Plan to End Homelessness is a plan that was created originally in 2015 by a broad coalition of partners. Next slide, please. These partners consisted of the continuum of care. Now, it's just important to remember that the continuum of care and this community plan that is before you for consideration tonight isn't the county's plan to end homelessness. It's not Destination Homes, doesn't belong to any one group or entity. It is our community's plan. It involves a broad group of constituents that include philanthropy, individuals with lived experience of being homeless, nonprofit organizations, service providers, government, private sector partners, and community members from throughout Santa Clara County. The goal of this plan in 2015, when it was originally created, was to ensure a community-wide implementation of our efforts in programmatic and systematic effectiveness to end homelessness. And the good news is, when we first started this plan in 2015, we set bold goals and we did a lot of tremendous work. Next slide, please. From 2015 to 2019, we housed over 14,000 people. That's more than we've housed in this community at any other given period of time. We did tremendous work creating housing opportunities, building new supportive and extremely low-income developments, and working collectively as a system to get people inside and keep them permanently housed. At the same time, we doubled the number of our supportive housing units in Santa Clara County, so housing for the most vulnerable, and we doubled our temporary and emergency shelter capacity, getting people off the streets now. At the same time, in 2017, we launched a homelessness prevention system that keeps 1,000 households from losing their homes, and created a veterans campaign where we've achieved functional zero and housed over 1,600 veterans in Santa Clara County. All of this was made possible and held up by the 2016 Measure A bond, which was a $950 million affordable housing bond, which has been used to create thousands of new pipeline units over the past 2 years and continues to be one of our greatest tools and assets to ending homelessness in Santa Clara County. Unfortunately, despite all of this progress, we've continued to struggle as a community. Next slide, please. For every one person we've housed, and as I said, 14,000 people getting into homes from 2015 to 2019, 3 more folks have ended up on the street. And the reality is that it is difficult to keep up in this community for almost everybody. But if you are making less than 30% of the area median income, every payday is life-saving, and every unexpected expense is a financial emergency. Next slide, please. There's a growing wealth gap in our community that I think everyone is aware of. From 2000 to 2015, the top 10% of our earners were making more money, and the bottom 10% were making less money. But costs were continuing to rise. So quite simply, the rich were getting richer and the poor getting much, much poorer. This means that these extremely low-income households have fewer and fewer options and are spending more and more of their paychecks on the rent and just struggling to survive. Next slide, please. But on top of that, on top of this growing inequality of wealth, we haven't been keeping up with affordable housing demand either. For every 100 extremely low-income households in our community, there's only 34 options that are affordable to them. That means all of those other individuals find themselves severely rent burdened, paying more than 50% of their income towards rent. And in the end, what we know is that equates to more homelessness. Next slide, please. And on top of all this, those households, the poorest households in our community, are also largely from communities of color. So we're seeing not only a wealth gap, but we're seeing an equity gap that is horrifying and unfortunately challenging, as it has been for years and years and years. So while we've done great work over the past few years, we're here tonight with a community plan for you to say we need to do a lot better. With that, I'll turn it over to KJ from the county.
Thank you, Ray, and thank you, Mayor and council members, for having us here this evening. So the good news is that we spent over a year gathering input from thousands of residents, focusing on gathering the valuable thoughts and priorities and policies of folks with lived experience to develop a roadmap for our community. I'm going to talk a little bit about the strategies within this plan, but we focus as well on 2 guiding values that we hope are seen throughout the plan. The first is that we're going to raise the voices of people with lived experience and share power with our unhoused neighbors. As we grow this system and develop new programs, we want to be accountable to people who have experienced homelessness and are currently experiencing homelessness. And second, but no less importantly, we want to focus on policies and programs that are going to reduce those racial disparities that we saw in the previous slide, and focus on racial equity. Next slide, please. So the plan is built on 3 core strategies. The first is addressing those systemic and economic causes of homelessness that are present in our community today. The second strategy focuses on expanding some of the programs and systems that we know are working. We want to expand our prevention systems, our housing programs, in both permanent supportive housing and our rapid rehousing programs. And third, we want to improve the quality of life for unsheltered individuals and create healthy neighborhoods. This includes increasing the number of shelter beds available, outreach, and hygiene services for those that are outside on the streets today. Next slide, please. So the full plan is in the agenda packet and is much more detailed than I'm going to go into today in our limited time, but want to highlight a few examples of the strategies that are in these three core areas. So first is as I mentioned, these are strategies to address those systemic economic and societal causes. And this includes things like protecting residents from eviction, displacement, housing discrimination, the work that Palo Alto has done with Project Sentinel and fair housing is represented here. This also includes strategies around land use, such as identifying underutilized land across the county to be used for affordable housing development, as well as ensuring residents who are able to work have access to living wage employment through programs and system change. Next slide, please. The second strategy, as I mentioned, is really focused on expanding what we know is working. So we have had tremendous success in our housing programs across the county, thanks to the many partners, many of them you know in Palo Alto, such as Life Moves. And we want to increase supportive housing, permanent supportive housing programs to house 7,000 people over the next 5 years. 10,000 people housed in rapid rehousing programs, and 3,000 housed through a new housing problem solving initiative. We also, despite having expanded the prevention system tremendously over the last 5 years, we know that it's not meeting the need and have developed strategies to expand that system to serve an additional 7,000 households. As we do this work, we want to center the voices of people with lived experience to make sure that the programs we're developing are responsive to their needs. Next slide, please. And lastly, the focus for strategy 3 is really improving the quality of life for our unhoused neighbors and all of our neighborhoods. We have a goal of doubling our temporary housing shelter or temporary housing capacity as we did in the last 5 years. We need to double it again. We know there are far too many people sleeping on the streets and in their cars and vehicles. We want to increase street outreach and hygiene services and transportation options, increase mental health and substance use services that are available to those who are unhoused. And as we do this work, we know that we need to work with a broad cross-section of community partners. Next slide, please. So we have developed in collaboration with the community some big overarching goals for this next 5 years. The first is that through the work of strategy 1, as well as increasing our prevention capacity, we will achieve a 30% reduction in the annual number of people becoming homeless for the first time. We also want to increase the number of people we're housing, and the goal is to house 20,000 people through our supportive housing system and expand our prevention system to serve over 2,500 people per year. I already mentioned that we want to double our temporary housing capacity. This includes shelter beds, safe parking beds, interim housing such as the Life Moves Mountain View site that many of you are familiar with. And as we strive to reach these goals, we are tracking progress towards addressing those racial inequities that are present in our unhoused community. Next slide, please. So before I wrap up, I just wanted to mention that much of this work is already underway, despite the challenges that the pandemic that threw our way. We were able to make progress on many of the strategies outlined in the plan. For example, these are just a few that we pulled out. For example, we've created a centralized shelter hotline, and over the last year and a half, that hotline has connected over 6,800 households to shelter, as well as our hotels and other non-congregate shelter. Destination Home and Sacred Heart have distributed more than 42 million in direct rental and financial assistance to over 15,500 families. And that's through a partnership of over 70 community-based agencies working across the county. Since January of 2020, we have connected throughout our system, and we've connected over 4,600 people to permanent housing. And lastly, the progress towards doubling our shelter capacity was accelerated in some ways because of some resources available through the state, through COVID response, and we've stood up 5 temporary housing communities that are either completed or near completion that will provide interim housing for over 500 homeless households every night. Next slide, please. So just to wrap up, we have been sharing this plan and asking cities for endorsement, and also asking folks to share and promote the plan. We're happy to come back and report on progress in the future and work with city staff on implementation.
Thank you, Ray and KJ. Moving into the next portion of the presentation, and just to emphasize for the county plan, the endorsement is endorsing the overall goals. The city does not have to do every single piece of the plan. So just to add some context there. So next, Jo Price from Life Moves will be giving an overview of Project Home Key. She has a wealth of knowledge about this program, and they did a very successful project on Leghorn Street in Mountain View. So she'll discuss that process as well as the program as a whole. Jo?
Thank you, Chantal, and a big thank you to you and all your staff and all the work that you've been doing to prepare for this item this evening. So good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. Thank you for staying late to hear this important item. I'm Jo Price, I'm VP of Real Estate and Operations for Life Moves, and I'm joined by our VP of Programs and Services, Dr. Brian Greenberg. And I just want to start off by saying Project Home Key is a phenomenal opportunity for us to partner with you to visibly impact homelessness in your community and in record time. And we know that affordable permanent housing is the gold standard, but it takes so long to entitle, finance, and build. So we really must radically reform how we think and build housing. And we really cannot continue to let the streets be our waiting room. And not only that, it's really challenging delivering our services to people through car windows or on the street where their primary basic needs are not being met. And we see this in our success rates, which increase tenfold in purpose-built sites. So we go from 6% success on the streets to 33% on safe parking sites, but up to 86% in a bricks and mortar facility. And why is that? It's because the basic needs, shelter, food, and safety are being met, so folks can then focus on getting housed. And we're seeing this in Mountain View, which is a successful case study on how you can replicate this model. So next slide. So Home Key Mountain View, it was truly rapid deployed using high quality state-of-the-art prefabricated modular construction. And I leave the timestamps on these drawings so you can really see that we started it in November, just before Thanksgiving, and we were up and ready in April to start occupancy in May. And we can deliver similar results for the city of Palo Alto should we be given the green light tonight. And whilst I'd love to be able to say we could start moving people inside this winter, it will likely be next summer, which is equally important because people not only die living in their vehicles during winter, we see folks living in their vehicles suffer heat exhaustion during the summer. Next slide. So this is the proof point. This is a summary of Home Key Mountain View. Density, it's 1 acre with 100 doors. 124 beds, that's 88 singles and 12 families. And you'll see in the middle of the site, this is what we like, well, I like to call the heart of the community. This is where the action happens, and this is where we provide all the support spaces necessary, such as private case management offices for confidential conversations. There's a nurse stations, there's dining, there's even a playground and kennels. But all these functions are necessary to stabilize people coming off the streets. We also put ensuite bathrooms in the families, and we have common bathrooms with private doors for the singles. But all that, it's still delivered for a record-breaking price of $120,000 per door, excluding land, but including all the support spaces. I've already mentioned it's rapid fast. We completed it in 6 months, but then the impact, This is where interim supportive housing sites like these bridge the gap to permanent housing solutions. And this is where we can really maximize scale. Remember, we move people to our program, so each bed serves at least 3 people per year, and enabling us to move people quickly off the streets, so that every person that comes to our door will they receive an intensive 90-day crash course on life skills to return to stable housing, resulting in about a third reuniting with family, a third relocating, and a third moving into a unit. And this is an important distinction on how we reach critical mass, because that's how we can address this problem at scale. So taking Palo Alto as an example, I think the point in time count from 2019 was about 300 people. We could easily make a 50% impact, if not higher, in the first year alone. And finally, it's new construction. We're adding new stock at today's current building codes without sacrificing rooms for support space or costly or lengthy ADA retrofits. And we had the advantage of designing Mountain View, custom design, not only to suit the needs of our clients, but also to deliver our services effectively. Next slide. So sometimes the common misconception with modular construction is that it only works for square or rectangular parcels, but that's definitely not the case with today's state-of-the-art products. Modular doesn't necessarily box you in. Every parcel has unique characters, and this model is very adaptable and can morph to suit. But that said, the potential site we're looking at for HomeKey Palo Alto on the LATP site, it actually mirrors our Mountain View site, and you'll see that on the next slide. So this is where we're showing a quick mock-up of what a potential site layout could be from our architect. And because we can double, even triple stack these units, we could get up to 180 doors on this site. Now, of course, the program and the unit design will need to be explored with the city to determine like the actual scope of the project and target demographic, for example, like families or singles or mixed use. But it's also worth highlighting here, the HomeKey NOFA, an application comes out early September. So to take full advantage of the program, it's going to be prudent to be ready and poised to submit an application shortly after that publication. Next slide. So is the cost. We have not yet seen the Project HomeKey 2 NOFA, but we believe that the funding is going to follow the sliding scale under HomeKey 1. So using that assumption, it would mean up to $100,000 per door will be covered 100% by HomeKey. So say if you had a 100-door project at no more than $100,000 a door, then HomeKey would cover the total capital cost of $10 million. Anything above $100,000 a door is matched 1-to-1. So say the cost of the door turns out to be $120,000 on a 180-door project, $110,000 per door would be covered by HomeKey, up to $20 million, and then the remainder $10K would result in a $2 million gap funding. Now, this gap funding could be solved multiple ways, including other public funding sources and even private contributions. And we know there's many supportive and well-intentioned philanthropic donors in Palo Alto who'd be willing to assist. Lastly, operation costs will depend on the final number of units, and the program, again, will be covered by a mix of state, public, and other funding sources. But we have heard loud and clear that there will likely be more funding to cover operational costs under HomeKey 2, which is a good thing. Next slide. So here's a quick peek inside one of the sleeping units. I know many of you have come on to site to see them in person. They're modern, they're bright, they're safe, they're secure, they're self-contained with a private front door, Title 24 ADA compliant, and they're totally flexible design. Final slide. So with over 40 years experience, Life Moves have developed an intensive case management smorgasbord of wraparound support services to tailor individual needs. And we deliver these services in-house, or we partner with other local and specialist community nonprofits. And it's these services that are critical to client outcomes. And as I mentioned earlier, I'm joined by our VP of Programs and Services, Dr. Brian Greenberg, who's available to answer specific questions around programming. And with that, I'll conclude and stay on for Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just a few more minutes, Council, we promise. So we just wanted to go over existing efforts, very high level. Minka will go over that, and then the resource recommendations.
Thank you, Chantal. So Minka Vanderswag, Manager, Office of Human Services. So the city supports several organizations that serve the unhoused via HISRAP, CDBG, or emerging needs funding. This includes food assistance, peer-to-peer outreach, backpack medicine, rental assistance, job training, helping families who live in RVs, and supporting a rotating shelter program. However, at present, we do not have any full-time street-based homeless outreach worker that the city can call upon to reach out to an unhoused or vulnerable person. We were receiving the services of a county-wide outreach worker from a San Jose-based nonprofit who spent 4 to 5 hours each week in Palo Alto. He was mostly unavailable during COVID due to a halt in outreach by many providers. He had just recently returned to providing services when he very sadly passed away. He had been providing in services in Palo Alto for over 10 years, developing the kind of ongoing relationships that are key to getting people off the streets. So I received calls and emails from city staff and members of the public with concerns about an unhoused person with a request that I send someone out to engage with them. The encampments at the parking garages illustrate a recent example when an outreach worker was requested, but I did not have anyone to send out in response. Due to the traumatic experiences that many unhoused individuals have faced, in addition to possible substance abuse or mental health challenges, being able to develop a trusting relationship with a consistent outreach worker who meets them where they are is key to working on solutions together towards a path to housing, recovery, and stability. Developing this kind of relationship, you can ask any of the providers on the call, can take days, weeks, months, and sometimes even years before an individual is willing or even able to begin working on a service plan. Therefore, I believe the city is in need of a full-time, consistent outreach worker at our disposal, and I'm hoping that the council considers this request. I can see that this outreach person could do street outreach, connecting with individuals at City Hall, our community centers, our libraries, our parks, business corridors, parking garages. They could help with outreach to RVs and vehicle dwellers with the goal of providing services to them themselves or giving a referral onto one of our good local service providers. As a bonus, an outreach worker could also provide trainings to city staff on how best to interface with the unhoused community. This has happened in the past, and staff in several city departments have found that very helpful. Also, this person could provide education on homelessness to the community. This is mentioned a little bit later on in the staff report before you tonight as an important component to working on homelessness. The special enforcement team that Assistant Chief Binder will be talking about is a good complement to the work of the outreach worker. So in regards to cost, I have spoken to 3 organizations regarding a yearly cost, and this is listed in the staff report as well. It's between $75,000 to $200,000 a year, and this varies so widely because it depends on the scope of services of what that person would be doing. I know budgets are tight, and there is some possibility that there could be outside funding to assist with this cost, and I meet with a local group of providers that include education and service providers and philanthropy to do so. And I will be bringing the results of this conversation to them. Thank you for your time. And on to Assistant Chief Binder.
Thank you, Mika, and good evening, Council.
Assistant Chief, can I jump in here for a sec?
Sure, Ed. Sorry.
Before you jump forward, I see that last bullet on here regarding ongoing staff support. Did want to point out for the council, as our team, you're obviously receiving a multidisciplinary perspective on these issues, as they are complex issues. I think this is where I got the assignment to remind council that there is infrastructure necessary behind the scenes, behind the front lines, that will be necessary in order to ensure that these services can be provided in a coordinated manner. Deputy City Manager Cotton Gaines is handling that role this evening and has on an ad hoc basis. But to the extent that this effort really does reflect a sustained effort on behalf of the city, I think I just want to flag that as we're discussing options going forward. Thanks, Assistant Chief. Take it away.
Thanks, Ed. Good evening, Council. Since the mid-1990s, the police department has deployed some form of utility teams that has focused on things such as health and safety and addressing quality of life issues within the Palo Alto community. Over the years, the mission and the name of that team has evolved, but regardless of that name or mission, the detail is always focused, or this team has always focused on problem solving and long-term ongoing issues within the community. Essentially anything that transcends kind of a one and done call for service that our patrol officers would normally handle. We found that a utility team adds a lot of value. The rapport building through the ongoing interaction and contacts with our unhoused, our homeless, and our transients. The deployment flexibility that we have, the days and the times that we're able to deploy that team, and also the consistency in personnel. That team usually stays together for up to a year, and having the same personnel is important because we know that in the work that they do, the outreach and some of the enforcement action, that relationships do in fact matter. And lastly, this type of utility team does have the ability to take enforcement action when other social and service options have been unsuccessful. And as I previously mentioned, the name has morphed with the mission. And while, on this slide and previously, we called it the Special Enforcement Team, the reality is if it's renewed, I could see it being renamed something more consistent with reflecting the downtown services type of work that this detail would be doing. Thank you.
And just to sum everything up, the recommendations from staff are listed here, but high level, I'll go through them: endorsing the community plans in homelessness, supporting an application to Project Home Key, and discussing some of those parameters today. Looking at staff returning to council with the policy discussions related to a permanent safe parking ordinance. There was plenty of discussion during consent on that. And lastly, looking at these additional resource allocations as just discussed. And with that, Mr. Mayor, that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That was a pretty wide-ranging presentation. Let's go to the public. So if you'd like to speak to this matter, please raise your hand. Give it a few seconds to see how many people planning to speak. So it looks like we're going to be over 10, but less than 30. So let's go with 2 minutes a speaker. And it looks like our first speaker will be Angie Evans.
Hi, I promise this is the last time you're going to hear from me tonight. Angie Evans again. So I'm speaking on behalf of Palo Alto Forward again. So first, I want to thank the staff for their diligent commitment to bringing back tangible ways that our community can take a more compassionate approach to homelessness. Maintaining poverty and homelessness in an opportunity-rich community like Palo Alto is a systemic choice. With just over 300 unhoused community members in our last point in time count, we know that we can end homelessness in Palo Alto, but only with the political will to build taller, denser, and allocate the funding needed to do that. Palo Alto Forward supports the adoption of the resolution endorsing the plan to end homelessness. We also support a thoughtful discussion regarding a permanent safe parking ordinance. As I mentioned earlier, we convened the nation's model for safe parking during Affordable Housing Month and are happy to provide a recording of that event or discuss some of the key takeaways. We also convene community leaders on this issue every 2 weeks. We are thrilled to support the staff's recommendation authorizing the pursuit of a Project Home Key application. We are hopeful that this council and staff will be able to move very quickly in order to make it happen. Temporary and interim housing solutions are crucial steps in ending homelessness, but as you would imagine, I'd say they are just the beginning. Lastly, I want to support the allocation of funds for a qualified homeless outreach worker. One of the reasons that I became a community organizer is because I was doing work at a homeless advocacy center in Washington State and saw all these layers of systemic failures that kept people homeless. Caseworkers and social workers who care and know what they're doing will change so much more than officers who may unintentionally escalate a situation. Relationships do matter, and caseworkers are better equipped to do that, to build that relationship that is needed to end homelessness. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Owen Longstretch. Correct.
Hello there. As it's been clear, my name is Owen Longstreth. I want to say that I also support the adoption of this resolution. The point that I would like to make clear is that the solution to the problem of homelessness, which is again a big one in the state and in the country as a whole, it does not involve the police. I think if there's anything that we should have taken away from last summer, it's that the police, they do not exist to solve our social problems. And I think even when we heard officer speaking a second ago, I mean, again, what you heard him all say was, we're willing to help, supposedly help out, solve this homelessness issue. But he also said in the same breath that he's also willing to essentially make arrests and throw people in jail. And again, like the way that we solve this homelessness crisis is by addressing the problems and getting people housing. And the solution, the way that that's going to happen, is people that are especially qualified to handle this. And as far as I'm concerned, that is not a job that men with guns should be doing. So what I want to say is the police need to stay in their lane, and we need to let the people that are qualified and actually know how to solve these problems solve them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we will stop taking hands this time. So please note the last speaker. I think might be Roberta Allquest. And then also just wanted to point out to council members, there was an At Places memo for this item. It's in the email if you haven't seen it. All right, our next speaker is Michaela.
Okay, I'm Michaela. I went to Palo Alto High School. I agree with what Owen said. Like, if we can see what happened last summer, and also just like in news articles and just taking the world around you, there are more examples in which the police have just acted with violence or have just made arrests, as Owen said before, and that doesn't really curb homelessness at all, because it doesn't prevent it from happening. It is just a violent reaction that escalates the problem and makes more violence. Instead, I support the resolution, and I do also want to add that stopping homelessness also means making sure that the rent moratorium, especially during the pandemic, should stay, and that gentrification is another big problem that is pushing people out of homes. And to treat homeless people with violence and with arrests is simply wrong, because it is not a moral failure to be homeless. And even if they're drug addicts, that is not a moral failure, and therefore should be treated with compassion and not with arrest.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rohan Ghosh.
Good evening, Council. My name is Rohan Ghosh. I am speaking today on behalf of the Palo Alto Renters Association. We are an organization advocating the interests of non-homeowners in our community, including the unhoused and unsheltered neighbors that we have. The Renters Association strongly supports the staff recommendation for expanding shelter options, including the Project Home Key proposal and the long-term safe parking ordinance. We also strongly support the addition of a compassionate street outreach worker. However, we strongly oppose the creation of a police special enforcement team. Our unhoused neighbors deserve to be treated as community members, just like the rest of us, not to be unjustly criminalized for their poverty. Please show us that we as a city have what it takes to do right by all of our neighbors. That means resources that actually meet the needs of all of us, of the people who need those resources the most, and not a response from police that runs the risk of being extremely violent, as we have seen multiple times in many cities. In addition, we also strongly support the county resolution and hope that it will be adopted tonight. Thank you, and yield the balance of my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bruce G.
Great. Thank you, council, city staff, Life Moves, and others for your work on this important issue. My name is Bruce G, and I've lived in Palo Alto for over 30 years. I have served on the boards of several community organizations, the Palo Alto Rotary, the Ross Road Family YMCA, and currently as the board chair of the Palo Alto Community Fund. Through these organizations, I've learned a lot about the needs in our community and the great work many nonprofits perform in providing services for the unhoused population. I believe that the actions under consideration by the city provides a critical piece to make our community a better place for all, especially the most vulnerable. I'd like to wholeheartedly support staff's recommendation in advancing an application for the Project Home Key program and other strategies for providing services for the unhoused Palo Alto residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Hamilton Hitchings.
Great presentations, and I love Project Home Key. I support a safe parking program that makes reasonable efforts to ensure safety, and my remaining comments will be on this specific program. My empathies are not only to these homeless, but also to helping avoid future victims of sexual assault and violent crimes, including children, seniors, and participants in this program. There are many homeless families that live in cars, so it's reasonable to expect that the participants will be single mothers with children, some participants, and also single women. Further, the existing program does not provide permanent on-site supervision, but rather stopping by once in a while. There are also many young school children who will walk or bike to school alone in the morning, just as these participants are leaving their designated parking spots. One of the requirements for the UU CPA program discussed earlier tonight was that it will not adversely affect the health, safety, and welfare of persons residing or working in the surrounding areas. If someone who is a registered sex offender or recent violent felon participates, does that still meet this requirement? In my mind, it does not. Other cities agree, and the following cities already screen participants to ensure they are not registered sex offenders and or recent violent felons, including Redwood City, Cupertino, Morgan Hill, San Jose, Walnut Creek, Santa Cruz, San Luis Obispo, Los Angeles, and San Diego. These cities are able to do these checks in a timely and cost-effective manner. In terms of funding, I'm all for the city providing reasonable expenses for these checks. It typically costs between $15 and $30 to do an instant online check of both. And I also support paying a reasonable amount of staff time to do this. It's possible to create a healthy, robust, long-lasting, and widely accepted program, but that does require doing a little bit more effort for risk reduction that includes checking registered sex offenders, recent violent felons, and outstanding warrants. Thank you.
Next speaker is Aaron James. Aaron?
Yes, good evening. I'm a criminal defense attorney, retired public defender, still have my license to practice law. And, it has to be really nuanced. I had clients who, when they were 20 years old, engaged in misdemeanor indecent exposure, lifelong sex registration requirement, and have not repeated that in 20 years, 25 years, gone on to lead good lives. So we have to really do that in a nuanced fashion. What about the young woman that's now charged with killing her own child? We'll talk about Leghorn Street, the alleged killer in that case, Jennifer Tupper. Looks like a white woman to me. Would we want to bring her back into the community and support her in the safe parking program if in fact she was rehabilitated and that made sense as a part of a restorative justice thing? So I think we got to be nuanced in that analysis. Similarly, look, Brock Turner, there's another guy. I don't think he's going to be applying for a safe parking program in Palo Alto. Let's say that he did. He cleaned up his act, talked all over the country about the violence of a sex offense, admitted his wrong, made it through probation. Would we put him out? And so my question is this more about race than anything else? Because we know the biggest group that's going to be excluded because of these tags are going to be people of color. Another reason to keep Black and Hispanics out of our community. So let me stop there and just say, let's have a nuanced conversation there. But as far as the special enforcement team, look, I know Andrew Binder well. I met him in a North County Alternative Service program where we talked about homelessness. But even the name special enforcement team is a scary kind of thing. Let's take that funding. I think it's $200,000 or $300,000 that would go to the police, not call it defunding, but convert it to 3 or 4 really powerfully trained caseworkers. Thank you very much for the time tonight.
Our next speaker is Valerie.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak and support the measure before you. I think this is the strongest proposal to resource this effort and to develop a complete strategy. I've spoken before and said that I was disappointed that we had ad hoc, under-resourced, haphazard, and scattered approaches. And I think I thank the staff for preparing us and presenting to you a strong proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is SV Leeds.
Good evening again, Council. My name is Kelsey Baines. I served as a member of the county's Unhoused Task Force that worked on the community plan to end homelessness, and I spent several years working as a psychologist providing services to veterans experiencing homelessness in Santa Clara County and San Mateo County. And I'm hopeful that you will endorse this plan to end homelessness, not only with your words, but with your timely actions to execute this plan. So I definitely agree with other speakers who support an outreach worker to bring people into services. In my experience, the best outreach workers have lived experience of homelessness, as well as some peer support training and some clinical skills. Police are not qualified to do outreach, and previous police actions like sweeps can be traumatic and undermine the trust needed to connect people with housing. I read that the chief of police was frustrated with people who won't accept services, and that makes sense to me because he is not qualified to do this task. So it would be better to use those funds for at least a licensed clinical social worker and someone to do peer support with a lived experience of homelessness. And in general, I enthusiastically support all the options on the table to make life better for people experiencing homelessness, especially the Life Moves proposal, which is a great model where people can have their pets, privacy, and possessions. It's also very cost effective. But we also need to think about what's next. So all home guidelines is that for every 1 unit of transitional housing, we need 2 units of permanent supportive housing. And I hope that we can look at our downtown surface parking lots to do Measure A projects so that we can include extremely low income housing for people experiencing homelessness. Thank you.
Next speaker is Elizabeth Ratner.
Good evening, Council. I'm Elizabeth Ratner, speaking for the League of Women Voters of Palo Alto. The League of Women Voters supports policies and programs to prevent or reduce poverty and to promote self-sufficiency for individuals and families. We also support policies and programs which provide a decent home and suitable living environment for every American family. Therefore, the League urges the Council to pass the resolution supporting the community plan to end homelessness. Our city's homeless count is now over 300 individuals and families. We also urge the council to direct staff to establish a public-private partnership for supportive interim housing site in Palo Alto using home key funding, including consideration of the abandoned water treatment site off San Antonio Road. We also support allocation of funds for a qualified outreach worker. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mary Beth Tree.
Yes, I am Mary Beth Train. I am a longtime homeowner and resident of Palo Alto, and I'm speaking to ask your support for the staff report for this project and the social workers and the outlined items in this report. Thank you.
Thanks. Our last speaker is Roberta Alquist.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Roberta Alquist. I have lived in Palo Alto for over 50 years. I'm speaking on behalf of the Low-Income Housing Committee of the Women's International League for Peace and Freedom, the Peninsula Branch. We support in general the resolution and this plan. We would like it, we're glad it's happening, and as a lot of people have said, we would like action on it. We don't want to just hear about this again next year or in December. We also have a list of solutions beyond the proposals that have been already defined as suggestions for action. We believe it's important to implement a rent stabilization plan. No more than 30% of people's income should be given towards housing. Are you aware that 80% of the people in Singapore own their own homes? In Singapore, housing is a public responsibility of the government. We support passing a business tax, which was discussed earlier. We believe that you can't evict people from where they're living without providing a place for them to go to. We have a committee that has been talking to homeless folks, helping particularly older homeless women. And several of these women have been harassed by the cops. One woman we know has been arrested by the cops. And until we had people calling the city, she was kept incarcerated, or at least under arrest. A very gentle woman. There are far more than 300 homeless people. You just have to get out on the street and start talking to them. Please don't use the police, get some counselors. And I have many more things to say, but time is up. Thank you.
I am muted, sorry. Gotta do that once a night. Anyways, thanks again to all the public speakers. This is a pretty big item, so I was suggesting let's do a round of questions and comments and get to motions in a second round. Anybody like to start us off? Yeah, Vice Mayor Byrd.
Okay, and I have to apologize for that, but my video on, I'm having bandwidth problems tonight. So a couple things. I think I just want to make sure that the proposal for the outreach worker, that is to contract with a nonprofit, is that correct?
That is correct. That is the thinking.
Good. And so my next question is really, we have these two alternatives or recommendations actually in the staff report. One is the outreach worker, and the other is what we maybe will call the police department outreach team. And one way that the staff report talked about the cost of one officer. I'm not clear whether the proposal is one officer, and whether if it's a team, does that mean two officers would be splitting their duty in here or what? That wasn't clear to me. So could we get clarification on that?
I can answer that, Vice Mayor. Yeah, the utility team always has worked in tandems of two for better effectiveness and also for officer safety issues.
But are you saying that we would need to add two officers, or that we would add one officer and the team would be half-time on this effort?
It's a 2-officer team. They don't split the time. It's 2 officers working together.
Yeah, the 2 officers could work together, but that doesn't mean that that's what they do 40 hours a week. So my question is, could it be we add one officer, and instead of having no staffing in this function right now, we would have half-time staffing of a 2-officer team?
So that's a deployment model that we can look at and consider. We've strayed from that in the past because of an officer safety concern of officers working off the radio, sometimes out of uniform, and having 2 officers has just been a safer practice. Go ahead, Ed.
If I might add, Vice Mayor, I believe in the near term, we're looking at this as an overtime assignment. We're not anticipating that we'd be able to actually hire new officers in order to fill these roles, at least in the short term. Assistant Chief, could you confirm if that's accurate, or am I mistaken?
No, you're correct, City Manager. Any deployment of a utility team immediately or before the fiscal year would have to come out of our cadre of patrol resources, which we would then have to backfill behind using overtime.
Well, but if that's the case, presumably those overtime officers are not going to be working 40 hours a week, both of them, on this. So they would also be essentially a part-time team of 2.
So I agree with you, Vice Mayor, that we can look at different deployment strategies. It's really up to what council is looking for and what our community stakeholders are looking for. Of course, we don't have to deploy for 40 hours. We can find something that meets in the middle or meets the needs of what we're looking to accomplish downtown.
Right, and that would necessarily be the case if we did it with overtime in the interim. And so then I want to return to kind of reconciling the approach of what maybe the police department outreach team with the nonprofit outreach social worker approach. And I don't know, we have the request for both. We haven't had the staff provide any update on our budget. And in the last budget cycle, I was probably one of the strongest champions to retain as much as we could. And we ended up preventing any further cuts in staffing. But I did not prevail at any of the restorations of positions that had been eliminated, whether you're in fire, police, code enforcement, libraries, all of our different staff that was cut in 2020. And so we have this proposal before us, but we haven't had any update that says how we're going to be able to afford that. And I'm hoping we will be able to afford at least one of these 2 approaches in some form. But where do we stand on the integration between our finances and this request for the reconciliation? I don't know whether that's the city manager or who is best to respond to that question at this time.
So I can take a stab at it, and Ms. Noze is also on the call, and I trust her explanation of all things budget far better than my own. But the information that we provided within the staff report is that if this was an interest of the city council, that it is something that could come from the, I think, budget stabilization reserve is one of the ways. And for the street outreach worker, we're looking at partnership opportunities with some people that have been in conversations with Minka's community group that focuses on these unhoused issues as a potential funding opportunity as well. So that one could be a shared cost potential.
If I could add one more comment to that, Vice Mayor, I think to your point, we're not, I think, setting this up as a specific action for you tonight. We would like to get general direction, and then we could come back with the specific implementation. The general direction would be in terms of priorities and areas that we should focus.
Okay, and I know I'm past 5 minutes, but I want to ask one question to kind of close this train of thought. Do we really need to, as a next step, and within our current budget restraints, pursue both of these approaches, or what would happen if we went initially with the outreach worker, the social outreach worker, at this time? We've gotten from a proposal, whether it's to go forward full steam at this time or just endorse it in principle, we went from neither of these being proposed to both of them being proposed. And that's kind of two steps at once when we are struggling on how we can, open our libraries and do other. We did increase our HISRIP funding, but we're struggling on all the financial areas. So I'm trying to get a better understanding of if we had a choice between one or the other, is staff recommending one or the other, one over the other?
Checking to see if anyone's unmuting at this moment. I don't see anyone, so I'll offer the perspective that we have not taken it to that point. And so again, really would look to council feedback to help us guide a more specific recommendation back to you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Filson.
Yeah, thanks very much. First I actually had a question for the county on the plan. So one of the figures that's in the target of the plan is 20,000, the ability to house 20,000 people. And, I think if the county can house 20,000 people, that's awesome. As we think through this though, I'd like to understand the thinking behind where the 20,000 number came from, because my understanding is there's only 10,000 unhoused people in the county. So, 20,000 would be fantastic, but how did that come about? As we sort of do our math, I'd like to understand yours.
Yeah, thank you for your question, council member. So as you saw in the presentation, the last five, from 2015 to 2019, we housed a little over 14,000 people in that 5-year period.
Yep.
And you're accurate that the point in time count had enumerated 10,000 people experiencing homelessness at that one point in time. But through the course of any given year and through the course of 5 years, we know many more people will become homeless. So that one of the statistics that Ray shared was that for every one person we housed over the past 5 years, 2 to 3 more became homeless. So we need to house both the 10,000 people that are unhoused today, plus house folks who may become homeless over the next several years. So we set a target that was bold and aggressive and more than what we did in the previous 5 years, because we need to make more progress than we had previously.
So you're anticipating, sort of the future growth too, as opposed to just the current point in time.
Correct. Yeah, and that's through both prevention and housing programs.
That makes sense. Okay, I understand. So let me shift gears a little bit, and I want to make some comments, and then I got another question, right? Which is, so first of all, I was pretty impressed by the Life Moves Mountain View operation. I thought that looked really promising, actually. I thought, and it's kind of sort of the missing piece, because I think all our goal, right, really at the highest level is you want to get people from what you call the waiting room, which I think is a great term, into stable housing. And they're not just going to tunnel there, right? There's got to be some kind of transition. And you folks, to some extent, some of the safe parking programs are sort of striking at the same function, right? You folks, have got a model that's had some success in actually getting people from the waiting room into stable housing. And I think that's really where we got to put our focus, because that's the goal. Okay, and so I think that's worth investing in. And I think we have a strong need for that here. My mental arithmetic, again, notwithstanding the sort of the expansion and so forth. Well, I should back up a second. I think one of the things that's key for the Life Moves model is it's not just roofs and beds, okay, but you got an investment in services, which is, arguably, it seemed to me like the investment of services was actually the core, and the roofs and beds was just a framework to deliver the services, right, which is really the transitional aspect. But if there's 10,000 homeless, unhoused people in the county, and a population of 1.9 million in Santa Clara County, that's just under 0.5% of the population of the county. And here in Palo Alto, if our point count is 300 people in the waiting room, and we got 66,000 people in town, then that's just under 0.5%. So our numbers look par for pretty consistent with the rest of the county. And so you look at that and go, 300 people. Can we help 300 people? Yeah, I think we can help 300 people, okay, if we can get the right model to do this. I mean, again, it's just under 0.5% of our population we're going to do that. And, in the long term, notwithstanding that Life Moves has been successful in getting people through the transition to stable housing without actually, building lots of new housing, right? But in the long term, 0.5% of 26,000 housing units in Palo Alto, it's 100 or 150. I believe we're going to get enough built. I mean, our arena number for affordable housing is 3,500 over the next 8 years. So I think that's going to happen if we proceed down that path. And the question is, how do we have enough capacity in the transition and in getting people into transition so that we can make this process work? And so I thought I was pretty excited by Life Moves, actually. And I think it's an investment we ought to make. Right? It's promising enough that it's an investment we at least ought to explore. Right? One of the issues, though, the question I want to ask, and this is really for staff, as much as Life Moves. The Los Altos treatment plant sort of, every time there's a need for some land, right? We just don't have much land in the city, okay? Right? Every time there's a need for some land, everybody goes, well, how about the Los Altos treatment plant, right? And every time you dig into it, that seems to end up being problematic for this reason or other reasons. I mean, it sounds good at first blush, but then you sort of dig into it and you find, well, it's not. It's got some challenges there. So, what's our alternative? What's our plan B, right? If for whatever reason the LATP site isn't available. So I know some early concepts from Life Moves where they actually allocated I think it was $5 million for an acre of land somewhere in Palo Alto, and there aren't that many places you can get an acre of land in Palo Alto for $5 million. But if for some reason the LATP isn't available, how can we implement the Life Moves model with Life Moves? And how can we find, what are our other options for land for that? Because my recollection is you need an acre, okay? You can't do it on a quarter acre or a half acre. You need at least an acre. So I think, we need to be targeting that. So that's my question. What's our plan B if the LATP site isn't available? Okay, and then the other piece, I think the person makes a lot of sense. I do think the special engagement team makes a lot of sense. I mean, if we can build the capacity in the transition, we're going to need some support sort of helping people get into that funnel too. And so, yeah, I think that's an investment that we ought to make, right? But my main question is, if we want to implement the Life Moves model and we can't do it with the LATP, what's our options?
Councilmember Philseff, that is a great series of questions about LAPP. I will attempt to parse them out and answer them. So the first part in regards to LATP, we know that there's more research to do. And I think that's the piece of it that you're really hitting on. And we essentially are having the conversation with council today so that we can understand if the council has an interest in us continuing to go and answer all of those questions and do the mock-ups and designs that Life Moves will need to do related to that site in terms of getting very granular and specific for an application for home key. In terms of if that site doesn't work out, the question for council really is, last time at the study session on April 5th, council, you all had the idea to talk to hotels and motels in town and see if there's interest in anyone selling their property or in some way passing their property along for the city to pursue this program. As we've had conversations with Life Moves, they can work with less than an acre, but an acre is preferred. So that's one of the things in terms of size that's of note. In terms of available sites, we probably contacted, I think, about 12 to maybe 15 hotels, motels in town just to understand if there was interest. And we had a few reach out to us, but I think the core question for the city council, instead of the specific hotels, is really just, does the council have interest in pursuing that as a backup plan of some sort and considering private property west of 101? And I think the distinction there is in the comprehensive plan, the city council has identified that east of 101 is really where an emergency shelter could be located. There are still some actions the council would have to take in that regard, but you sort of have a blanket understanding of the council has interest in that area of town. If the council wanted to pursue something in another part of town with hotels, motels, that would definitely pull you west of 101. And that would require the council just expressing that to staff so that we can organize the details that would be necessary for subsequent conversations. And then there's the private property negotiations aspect of that.
Yeah, thanks very much. That's helpful. So we'll see how the rest of the council and the colleagues feels. I would be interested in other options east of 101, and then potentially in some locations west of 101 if it should work out that way as well. I think even beyond this, we need a model that, we only got so much land, and we got lots of things that need land, right? And I think we need a model that allows us to get land when we need it, right? And this seems like, this seems like one of those cases, right? Otherwise, sooner or later we're going to be building stuff on Rinconada Park too. That's obviously not on the cards today, okay? But I'd like to understand what the options are besides that, and I think we should. And I think it does make sense to spend some more time looking at the LATP, but I think we also ought to look at alternatives to that too. I'm much more bullish on the Life Moves project than the LATP, if that makes sense. Okay, but see what everybody else says.
Joe, did you want to respond?
Yeah, let me just add something. Like, time is of the essence. We've got like a number of weeks before this application comes out, and we're in serious jeopardy if we don't kind of really pursue this one site and we start opening up, we probably won't get an application in time. We have looked high and dry for land in Palo Alto. When we're looking at hotels, we're looking at $300,000 per door, even before you've even started looking at retrofitting them for interim or supportive housing. And the density is just not there. We've looked at this site and it's quite comparable to what they're building in Redwood City. It's right on the waterfront. We know the environmental. There was a no further action issued in 2010. We can work with that. We just need to hurry up and do like phase 1, phase 2, and really flush out if this site is going to work for Palo Alto, to bring it back to you in September to sign that resolution, to put the application in. That's how fast this program works.
I understand. Okay, that's helpful.
Thank you. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One quick question. The county stated that for every one person that they're able to find shelter, 3 more people are experiencing homelessness for the first time. Do we have any data knowing how many new unhoused Palo Altans occur for every previously unhoused person that we might find housing for, similar to what the county provided us?
I'll actually look to KJ to provide sort of the science on that. I think high level, the point in time count is our best indicator. And it's been since 2019 was the last point in time count. So the numbers that we have are sort of the most solid numbers that are data-based, I will say. But KJ, would you like to weigh in on the sort of the process and how we keep those numbers?
Yeah, so those numbers come from our sort of homeless database, and I think I did look at Palo Alto numbers over the last couple of years. It is last year is a little unique because of the pandemic and the way people are accessing resources, but it was, I think there were around 80 households associated with Palo Alto that were housed last year, and about 150 newly assessed households. That's only the folks who were assessed for the first time. The total number of people assessed over in 2020 that were from Palo Alto was about 260. So it's fairly aligned with the rest of our system that, you know, we aren't keeping up system wide with the number of people we're housing is also true in Palo Alto.
Okay, so similar trends in Palo Alto as we're seeing countywide. Yeah, I mean, I think one of my concerns, I've heard a couple of times now tonight, hey, we can right, Palo Alto, what our unhoused count is around 313 or so, and that we can almost solve homelessness. But really, I mean, the situation is so dire in the county and in Palo Alto with rising housing costs and impacts of COVID and the clear difference between the wealthy and those who are not, and that income gap that continues to grow. I mean, this just continues to be a sinking ship, and what we're trying to do is just try to toss as much water overboard as possible. So unfortunately, we're not going to solve homelessness right now, but what we can do, I think, is make as much of a gain as we can and impact as many lives as possible. You know, and I had the opportunity to be able to tour the Project Home Key in Mountain View on Friday, and the moment I walked onto the site, there was a woman outside with her belongings, huge smile on her face, and I think she saw you, Joe, and she was just beaming, and she said she's moving out, and I guess she had moved in there back in April when they first opened, and she found permanent housing, and just the level of excitement that she had on her face, I just got this feeling of deep accomplishment that she had going through that program, and that dignity that was restored for her was so touching. And if we can just do that for one Palo Alton, it's absolutely worth it. And here we have an opportunity of not only one, but up to 180 doors. And that is an incredible accomplishment that we can do, and one that we really can't go by. I think this is one of the greatest opportunities that we have before us tonight to be able to make some strong, to make a strong achievement in addressing our unhoused crisis here in Palo Alto, and a really incredible program that not only is providing the shelter, but also the services and the dignity that goes along with it. So I'm really excited for this opportunity. I agree with Councilmember Philsip. If it's, when we're looking at what are our priorities here, how can we not prioritize that of our most vulnerable residents in this city? And I don't know, this issue just kind of brought me back to my first interaction with these issues, being a little kid walking along downtown, walking along University Avenue with my mom, and she would always stop and give me a $1 bill to run up to one of our unhoused people to give it to them to be able to buy lunch. And I just always remember thinking, man, I wish there was more that I can do. And I just feel so blessed to be in this situation tonight, to now actually be in a position to be able to do something for them. And again, we can't let this opportunity go by. I have a quick question on, that I just see I'm out of my time, but just connected to this. So in the presentation, it said we can have 100 to 180 doors. So how many doors total do we get for like each additional floor of housing? I mean, I assume looking at those numbers, if it's single story, it's 100 doors. It's 3 stories, it's 180 doors. Can you kind of walk us through our options there?
Yeah, and that's going to be explored in the next stage, but you're right. It's like, you get 2 stories, you get 3 stories, you might have bathrooms in some units and none in others. So it's really fluctuating. We were just trying to give you a range of what could be achieved on this site.
Okay, great, thanks. I don't think we should be timid in really exploring options to be able to put as many doors on this site. I think especially the location. There's clearly concerns about the location given in the App Places memo that was issued earlier today. So I do have some concerns about the noise and issues there. But I think, Joe, you made a really good point about why we need to move fast on this. So thank you.
I don't think I've ever had a perfect site.
No, I'm sure they don't exist. Thank you.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois, and thank you to all of our guests this evening and for staying late. We're used to doing it, but you're our guests, and so it's kind of you to stick around. I'll just go in order. There is an awful lot here tonight. In terms of the resolution, I'm certainly supportive of it. I appreciate that the resolution doesn't bind us to all of the actions that are described. There are a few that I think could be quite controversial in our community. For example, sanctioned encampments would be something we would want to certainly have a long discussion about, but I am supportive of the resolution. In terms of Project Home Key, it's sort of left unsaid is this is a whole bunch of essentially free money to us. So, let's not miss the headline here. And again, I have also toured the new site in Mountain View, and kudos to them for getting it done so quickly, and for partnering with Life Moves, who has really expanded their role in the past couple of years in terms of what they're able to provide. Specifically, so if you dig into the data that the staff helpfully provided, 76% of our from the point in time count do have vehicles. So one of the things I don't quite understand about the Leghorn site or what might be at LATP is what's the parking situation? Would people be able to bring a vehicle, or is there not enough space for like 100 vehicles?
Parking is definitely going to be considered, and I know that people are also living in their RVs, and again that's something to be explored not only with the city but with the county as well. We need to address parking, and we'll do so, and we'll maximize as much as possible on site.
Okay, I mean, to the extent that people are renting RVs, they wouldn't necessarily need to bring it with them, but they might need a vehicle, especially because this location is not as convenient to services and jobs as the one, for example, that, in Mountain View, which is, really got better access. So that's one of the concerns I have about this site, and I appreciate the fact that we need to move quickly. So I wonder if Mr. Eggleston is the right person to answer this question. I'll just highlight that as I get going here, if he's available this evening. So in the event that we utilize this site, what does Green Waste do? Where do all these important parts of our, SCAP, what are our thoughts on that?
Thank you, Councilmember Cormack. Brad Eggleston, Director of Public Works. My understanding of the site that's currently being proposed is that it's not the site that Green Waste is using, it's adjacent to that site. So area C of the Los Altos treatment plant is roughly 2.3 acres. And there's 1.16 acres, which is the spot that Green Waste is using. And then 1.16 acres that's currently the laydown and staging area for the bike bridge project. And that's the one that's under consideration.
Okay, so it's adjacent, it's not replacing it.
But as was alluded to, that it's a potentially noisy operation, and so not completely ideal in every sense.
Yeah, anything that gets going at 4 a.m. sounds like it might be pretty early. Okay, I am certainly supportive of staff moving ahead, looking hard at this site. I understand that in the comprehensive plan, we said east of 101. I still feel like that's, there are probably locations that would be better for the people in terms of access to food and, other services. With respect to the permanent safe parking ordinance, which is the second recommendation I'm just on the first page. I do think this is worth doing. We're still very early in the process, but in terms of, just appreciating the fact that this is the significant portion of the people who are living here who don't have housing, I think having safe parking, it helps. I just want to reiterate what Ms. Price from Life Moves talked about. They have 6% success when they reach out to someone on the street. They have 33% success when they find someone who's in a safe parking environment. And then that rises to 86% when they have a custom built facility. So that 33% is a really big delta over the 6. And to the extent that we have something more permanent, that I think that's an important part of this process. All right, and that brings me to the additional resources. And it sounds actually like there are 3. Sounds like the city manager alluded to also our internal resources, in addition to a contract outreach worker and potentially some people from the police department. So we certainly cut a lot of money from the budget, but am I correct that no sworn officers departed? We didn't actually have any sworn officers depart as a result of the budget. I mean, just in terms of layoffs, I'm just trying to understand how this team doesn't exist anymore. Is it because it was funded with overtime? I'm sorry it's so late. I hope my question's making sense.
I can answer that, council member.
Great.
We've always deployed the team based on a community need and resources. You're correct. There were no sworn officers that were laid off this budget that we're currently in, but through attrition and resignations, we have lost a number of officers. And if you recall, we lost 11 the previous fiscal year, and essentially those cuts have caught up with us. And we didn't have the personnel to deploy. The team has always been deployed based on resources that we can gather outside of our outside of meeting our patrol mandate of minimum staffing.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you, Assistant Chief Bender. So on page 17 of the packet, I guess my only concerns about as we think about funding from the budget uncertainty reserve, the problem is that and SUMC, those are both one-time funds, and these look to me like ongoing efforts. So I don't quite know how to reconcile that. And of course, that's separate from I didn't address in when we were discussing Project Home Key that there is a local match, and it looked like even a best case scenario that's $2 million, and I'm pretty sure we don't have that in our affordable housing funds right now. I see I'm out of time, but I think I appreciate staff sort of flagging the budget issues and helping us think about options. I appreciate the vice mayor suggesting that we, sort of do one maybe and then later the other. But I think based on, the emails we've been receiving, I know for some people it's not popular to have the police involved in this problem, but we've had some pretty significant problems downtown lately. And our police department has been available to help. So I'm open to doing both of these. And I appreciate the fact that we also need to figure out how we're gonna organize this within. Thanks.
Councilmember Koo.
So Reese, I just want to clarify, get some clarification. Not long ago when there was the encampment in one of our garages, and I don't think, so police might have responded. I'm not really sure if you can clarify, but also my understanding is the person who was living in the garage was actually had met with a caseworker and was actually assigned an apartment or had been allocated an apartment, but chose not to go live there. So in cases like that, what are some of the ways to help the person want to live in an apartment in a home? I mean, how does a caseworker, obviously it's not going to be the police who's going to have them want to have the placement. So how would a caseworker or county housing, what would the advice be?
Minka, could you speak to that?
I think that's an area that is, a big frustration to a caseworker who has developed a relationship or is trying to get someone into housing, and then their name comes up on the list and the person just isn't at a point for whatever reason to be able to accept it. Or a caseworker, I've heard many stories, a caseworker has housed someone and, they said, I've housed that person 3 or 4 times. And unfortunately, there's not a guarantee that someone will remain successfully housed or be able to be at a point where the housing is available to take that housing for a number of reasons. For a lot of people who have lived on the streets a long time, being in an apartment, there's a lot of feelings of being closed in and claustrophobia that comes with it. I would say that I know from the caseworkers I've worked with, they continue to not give up on that person and to continue to work with them to continue to help them. I might ask Brian or maybe KJ if they want to add anything to it, but I know Brian has worked with Life Moves in program management for years. Do you have anything to add, Brian?
I just think that's one of the powerful aspects of interim supportive housing, where outreach can work, where staff 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. A community is built, they support one another, and many people are reticent to move into housing, and it's a nice first step that's effective for many folks.
And when you say interim housing, it's something like what
Exactly what we're
Leghorn
talking about with
is,
Home
right?
Key, Leghorn, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that said, I just wanted to kind of go through that map that we have of the LATP site, Brad, Mr. Eggleston, that it's the green portion. I know that there was also a drawing of all the units proposed for the site, but it's not for both the green and, so it's area C, not the green and the orange area. Is that the whole site that they're proposing to use up?
Looking at the map that's shown, Councilmember Koo, I believe the area they're planning to use is the red. So that's 1.16 acres, and that had the layout of the units that was shown in the presentation. The green area is the other 1.16 acres I was referencing that Green Waste is using for storage of their bins and debris boxes and some other activities.
So is Green Waste, I guess that would be a discussion that I'd like to hear when you return, because, or maybe tonight, because the red area or the pink area or orange area is way too close to area B, which is where a lot of our nature preserve is, right?
Well, actually, area B is the portion that actually was the former sewage treatment plant for Los Altos back prior to the 1970s.
I see.
And that was part of what was included in the At Places memo, that's the area we're in discussions with Valley Water about siting the potential regional water purification facility.
Oh,
so
okay.
They're looking right now at feasibility and environmental studies on whether they could build that regional purification facility at area B.
So can we consider that to be a buffer area between the pink area and the area A, where you start with the Baylands, right?
The area A does have more of the natural areas than
Yeah, but what I'm
area
saying,
B.
area B doesn't have as much natural, it's not the natural area, and that's where it's proposed for the water filtration. So that can potentially be acting as a buffer.
Oh, I see. Between the natural areas and wetlands of area A, and the Life Moves site and green waste activities. Yes.
Right. Okay. Because we want to, in a way, I think outreach to our environmental groups is prudent in this, and to reassure that there is the buffer and there won't be any harm to the wildlife that is in area A. I think that's one of the key things that we must do there. I don't know how my time is, but okay. Well, I wanted to also quickly find out about Measure A and what can we use Measure A funds for? How can we apply for Measure A funds, or have we ever applied for Measure A funds?
AJ, could you take the description of Measure A, please?
Sure. Yeah. In order to apply for Measure A funds, and I will have to follow up with the more detail, but just engaging with in a conversation with the county about potential projects would be a great first step. Measure A funds are available to support affordable housing and for extremely low income and low income families, as well as permanent supportive housing. So the first step would just be to reach out to our office and start the conversation.
Thank you. Then also, I think I've asked this of the city manager before, but it would be interesting to also find out, as our population increases and grows, what are some of the cost per resident amount? I mean, I know in the past, certain members of our community have come forward and said, when Mr. Keene was here, that there was a certain dollar amount per resident for services. It'll be interesting to find out what it is now and be part of our budgeting, since there is the growth in our population. So if I see my time has run out, but I'd like to make comments afterwards. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Tanaka.
So this is a really important topic, and I'm just looking at the time. It's 11:42, and I kind of feel like we could talk a lot more about this, because it's such a challenging, not just for our city, but for almost every city. So I am just wondering, like, how much are we going to try to do tonight versus, how prescriptive are we going to be tonight versus try to take this in more bite-sized chunks, especially given the time. So I don't know if that's more a question for you, the mayor, in terms of what are we trying to do?
Well, I think we've heard there's a pretty real timeline on the Home Key project. And then I think on these other items, I think staff is really looking for more broad direction.
Okay. Okay, so let me give you my comments. So one question I have for staff is, so for the current ordinances around the unhoused or homelessness, what ordinances are being enforced? Which ones are not?
To be more specific, Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, so I know that there's parking ordinances for like RVs on streets. There's I know at some point there's some sort of sit-lie ordinances. So I'm just curious to know what of the ordinances that have been passed by a city council vote are actually being enforced, and which ones aren't. And I'll be curious to know why. I know some of it's resources, some of it is maybe other issues, but I don't know if staff could talk a little bit about that.
I can give it a shot, Molly, and then if you want to jump in, please. We have a municipal code within the city. There's a cadre of codes that the police department has a discretion to choose to enforce. enforcement action is one component of any action that we take. When our officers make a decision whether to engage in enforcement, they're looking at other things. It's not just about punitive measures. What we encourage our officers to do is be problem solvers, and that's especially with this issue with our own house. And one of the things that I'm really proud about with our officers that are engaging in these issues with our unhoused and our transients is the compassionate approach that they've taken as kind of a pro-services first step. Of course, they always have the disposal and the ability, if the person meets the criteria for a violation of a municipal code, to enforce that. That generally is not the case. Because of the rapport, because of the relationships that our officers have with our community of unhoused downtown, a lot of times it's conversations. But to your point, there are times when our officers have issued, I'm sure, I couldn't tell you anything specific. I'm sure there are times when our officers have issued a citation for a sit and lie. When we cleared the Cowper-Webster garage recently, one of the violations that we felt had been met was actually a penal code of illegal lodging. Those are all things that the officers have at their disposal to enforce if they feel that it's appropriate, again, with our goal being to problem solve.
I don't know if I got an answer to that, but I realize it's probably a difficult question, but it would be good to know what that is. So maybe in future meetings on this topic, we could have that kind of reported out. It'd be good to know like which ones are, which ones aren't, and maybe frequency.
Let me just add one more thing, council member. We know that taking punitive action alone against our unhoused population isn't going to solve the problem. So just issuing a citation,
I'm not
or doing that kind of thing. So we're looking at the bigger picture and trying to help be a part of solving this.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I'm more just trying to do a kind of an inventory of what we have. So what are the tools that we have? Which ones are we actually using? Which ones are being enforced? Which ones aren't?
Councilmember, I think that the assistant chief did answer your question. The answer is that there is no ordinance and no section of the penal code that is categorically off limits to officers to use where appropriate, unless a court has declared it to be illegal. And there are a few like that, not necessarily in this area, but in some areas that are still on the books, but they're not, the courts haven't validated them. Otherwise, officers make discretionary decisions about what to enforce. There's also no section of the penal code or of the municipal code that is perfectly enforced, meaning every violation is discovered and responded to. So it's all in between. And that's the description that the chief just gave you.
So let's see here. In regards to the Los Altos treatment plant, I'm actually with Councilmember Phillips on this. I know we've talked about that being like our favorite vacant piece of land and looking at possibilities for it. But I wonder, would it be better to, if we have excess land there, to maybe rent out a portion of it for warehouse or whatever is the appropriate use for that location, and then use the money to fund programs for unhoused, whether that might be a more effective use. And so that's something that before I would move forward on something like this, I would want to kind of see that kind of economic analysis to see if that made sense or not. Actually, I just realized I'm out of time here, Mayor, but I have a lot more comments. I don't know what we do because it is pretty late tonight. I mean, I'm actually tempted to make a motion for us to defer because I just feel it's such an important topic and we're just scratching the surface.
Yep. Let me see if I can get my comments out. It is late, so I'd urge people to try to get to the point. So first of all, I just want to say I think all council members toured the Mountain View site. It really is amazing. I want one in Palo Alto. The site is beautiful, pre-bit housing for individuals and for families. And it's just a great place to move people off the street, get them services, job placement, food, shower. I mean, it was just really tremendous. So, I know in Mountain View, you did buy that land. I'd share some of the concerns about the LA treatment plant, and I think pulling up the map was useful. I do want the large water purification plant to be able to move forward. That's treating sewage at site B. And then we have greenways, which is our garbage trucks operating in site C. And I know you said there's no good places, but those garbage trucks could get going at 4 a.m. really doesn't sound like a great place to sleep. And I wondered about, could we fit the home key project in site A? Could we potentially purchase one of those older office buildings connected to that site? Or could we even reconfigure B and C so the treatment plant and the green waste were together instead of surrounding, the housing, and maybe the housing could be on the end and have a little more quiet. But I just want to share that concern. I know you said we need to be ready for the application, need to move quickly. So I hope staff will work quickly to figure out if there's a configuration there that would be a little more pleasant. I also, in Mountain View, I think there was a lot of private sector support. Really like to see, corporate donors step up and help us in Palo Alto as well. And, I don't know if we have time to really identify a backup space, but similar to Councilmember Filseth, I think I'd prefer something east of 101, as I think it would be the easiest to accomplish quickly. On the hotels, I don't know if it was clear when you were citing the 330,000 a unit, but I think it would almost be like scrape the hotel and then put in kind of one of these pre-built kind of situations. Moving on to the safe parking permit ordinance, I would definitely like to see some changes, and I'd like to see us get to a permanent ordinance. I really want to see us expand into private lots. I think we need to go beyond 4 safe parking spots per site and really tie it to the size of the parking lot. I did notice a potential conflict with the plan to end homelessness, which has a goal to ensure that people involved in criminal justice system don't become homeless. And so if we screen on past convictions or parole, where do we give people a chance? As some of the speakers said today, the facts really show that safe parking programs are effective in getting people off the street and increasing neighborhood safety. And I was really disappointed with the consent item. I think pushing for background checks now, when we're ready to start getting people away from the status quo, which is parking anywhere they want on the street, was a disappointment. And so like home key, I think safe parking is better. We get people into managed services. They have to have a driver's license. They have to have a registered car. And I really think it was the desire to pull that item on safe parking. I think it was really a fear-based tactic that's going to delay and likely discourage other churches from stepping off to offer very modest, 4 parking spot additions to our safe parking program. Only half of the state programs had a background check. And I do believe that asking for that info on the application form would be the speediest and really the gentlest way to manage this. And as public speakers pointed out, there's all kinds of issues with people living in cars, letting the people running these programs use their judgment. If it's a woman fleeing a domestic violence situation, if there's an immigration issue, and our counties and our city have taken stands against ICE, these background checks have the potential of unintended side effects of getting people deported. And the other issue that was brought up was sex offenders. We got an update today from the city manager about Megan's Law and the requirement for them to register with local police. And it looks like sex offenders would not be a problem with the Unitarian Church. It's within 2,000 feet of schools, multiple schools, and individuals are required to register with our police. I just don't think it would be allowed. So we can consider adding a low-cost, speedy way to do a check, but I'm really disappointed tonight that we slowed down a terrific partner in the Unitarian Church and just putting roadblocks in front of residents who are trying to help neighbors. And these people living in cars, are our neighbors. And I understand the fear. I've had people living in cars and vans parked on my street. I've heard from residents all over the city. And these people aren't easy to help. And we need to recognize that the status quo is really worse than safe parking. Just super quick, I'd like to throw out a couple of ideas I haven't heard tonight. I don't know what the barriers are, but some kind of unified waiting list for affordable housing, if that could be a centralized city list. or a county list. But we always hear so much about how poorly some of these lists can be managed. More about mental health programs, I think would be interesting if we come back on this item, and also on potentials for partnerships with the VA hospital in Palo Alto. And then finally, just to touch on the special enforcement team. I mean, my opinion did change tonight after listening to everybody talk. It wasn't said. It sounds like, it's potentially a safety issue if we only had psychological help without police. So, I really am interested in kind of both, and having staff come back with more details about how we're going to fund this. Maybe what Vice Mayor Burt was suggesting about, a halftime, 2 people halftime, funded through overtime. Also like to understand what the federal dollars for our PERT program could do and how we could use those dollars. So I kind of ran through everything. I hope that's clear and useful. Again, given the late hour, I hope we can really focus on any changes or any motions to staff. Try to be to the point as much as possible. So let's go ahead and go for another round. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, so given that we're just about at midnight, and Councilmember Tanaka's point that trying to force through even completion of our discussion that has gone quite a ways on several of the broader issues on the plan is probably not very practical tonight. I would be willing to make a motion that would include those elements, but I think the discussion that would necessarily follow would stretch us into past 1 a.m, and that's not good quality decision-making for us, and it's done when the public is largely not present, and I think that's bad policymaking. So as a result, what I'd suggest is that we actually have a rarity of some pretty light council agendas in the coming weeks, and that we bring this back, as well as the at the same time bring back the item that was pulled from consent in one of the just next few weeks. But focus tonight on the first recommendation from staff, which I would move, that is to support for advancing an application for the Project Home Key program for an emergency shelter in a portion of the former Los Altos treatment plant site, with specific steps as described in the staff report. Okay.
Just a quick question, Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah.
The adoption of the program to end homelessness, we've been told it's really a series of goals. I think we could get that accomplished as well.
Well, if the council believes that there's no further discussion necessary on it, I'd be glad to put that in, but I'm not sure that's the case.
Yeah.
And,
right.
And if we're only looking at a couple weeks to be able to bring it up and bring it back and look at the balance of this in a more cohesive way. And we made, quite a bit of progress in our discussion tonight, but I don't think we're immediately ready to just reach closure.
Can I suggest that we continue those other items so that
that's fine.
Don't repeat a lot of what we have done today?
That makes good sense. So just speaking to the Life Moves project, I agree with everyone that this is a really positive project. What they've done in Mountain View is exemplary. The opportunity to do it here and take advantage of what is a rarity of just huge state dollars that are available for a project like this is something that we need to move quickly on. I want to say that I want to express appreciation for staff to be able to have already done preliminary evaluation to get it to this point, to say that they think it is probably a viable location. From late June, when I suggested further exploration of that site to Project Home Key and staff. Staff members met with them and did site tours and looked at a number of the issues. It's not fully fleshed out, but a number are there, and I think that's really commendable. As Joanne said, there is no perfect site, and if we keep going around in circles saying we can't do it here or can't do it there because it's not perfect, we're not going to get the progress that's there. We do have a potential sound issue, but there's a potential they could potentially incorporate a sound wall between those two projects. So let's look at how to solve the problems rather than kill the idea or the location because it starts off having challenges. Every site is going to have challenges. There's valid issues on the location, on services, but it's also a wonderful location right by the Baylands and the parkland there. That being adjacent to parkland is a great amenity. It lacks transit going out there, and we lost the VTA bus line there shortly after we approved the Center for Jewish Life. I've already been raising the issue with colleagues in Mountain View and Sunnyvale and Los Altos on their councils, and with VTA staff about the prospect of bringing back a bus line from perhaps from this site all the way up to Foothills College. It is the one road, San Antonio, that serves all 4 of the North County cities. As far as the local funding portion, that's been a challenge for us, and that is potentially one of the advantages of this site, where it's a question of whether our land contribution would be viewed as a financial in-kind contribution. And so that's advantageous when we right now have depleted our affordable housing funds until we get them replenished, hopefully through a new higher impact fee and the business tax. And I'm glad to hear that some of the entities that were not supportive of that in the past maybe have come on board, because local share for these projects is going to be important. And this is the transitional housing we're going to need in our community, additional long-term housing for these folks to transition to. So I think those are the main themes on that item, and I'll defer on any comments I have on the other items.
Anybody like to speak to this motion?
For the seconder.
Yes, sorry, Councilmember Koo.
I think what Mr. Greenberg had said was a very important fact, that it is a type of temporary interim housing that perhaps more people are willing to go into. And my one big ask is that Ms. Price and Life Moves, when they're reviewing the siting at this site, is to involve the environment folks to ensure that we do preserve our baylands and its natural and its the animals and birds over there. That's a really big factor. I mean, they get to enjoy it too, but we do have to continue to preserve it. So even with the siting, some of the things that the mayor has said, if there's opportunities to work with the city in terms of changing the two around so that there's a little bit less noise or a little bit more privacy, please be open to exploring that. Thank you.
Councilmember Cormack.
I'll be supporting the motion this evening, and I just wanted to take a moment to echo the mayor's comments. I share his disappointment with item 5 being pulled, and I agree with his assertion that it's based on fear, and that's part of the discussion I've had with some of my own neighbors whom I know well, and some of whom spoke this evening. So I just wanted to thank the mayor for saying that and share my agreement.
Councilmember Tanaka.
So I'm definitely glad to see us to continue the rest of the items, because I think that that's a good plan given the lateness of this, and this is more specific. I would like to actually support A, but as I mentioned earlier, my concern is I'm not really sure this is the right site. And I do understand the argument of, well, what is the right site? And maybe we'll never find the right site. But I like to think of things in terms of the lens of how do we have the greatest good for the resources that we have. And I think we should actually look at what I said earlier, which is potentially renting out that portion of the site and using the money to see if we could actually help more people that way. Because I'm not necessarily convinced that that this is going to be the silver bullet, because it's going to help a limited number of people. But what about everyone else? And could our dollars go further by using that resource more as a cash source to fund other programs that would help, prevent homelessness, right, and help people get jobs and help, do what's necessary to get people back on their feet. So I just don't know. I'm not convinced, and that's why I've driven past the one in Mountain View several times, and I can kind of see how it could work, but I just don't know whether this is going to be the biggest bang for the buck. So, but I can't be convinced, and so if the maker and seconder are willing to add like a 5, which is to explore the possibility of renting out the portion of land that we're thinking for this and using the money for something else to see if that's a greater return on investment, I could support this. Otherwise, I'm not convinced that this is the best use of our resource. So I'll put that out there, and if the maker and seconder can support it, great, I'll vote for it. If not, I understand.
So I will not support that. And with the mayor's permission, I neglected to make one other brief point, which is this project is likely to significantly reduce the demand for RV parking sites, because when we look at the statistics of the clientele that they intend to draw from who are homeless, the vast majority are in vehicles. And so it has that additional benefit. And the capacity here at this many beds at a 6-month stay would, over the course of a year and a half, really be able to accommodate a very high percentage of.
Yeah, so I think, you might be right.
Yeah, I think it's still Councilmember Tanaka's floor. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think you might be right. I think my main thing is I like to also see the alternative as a check, and maybe this is the best, but I for one would like to see a check for it. But I understand that you can accept it. That's fine. Thank you. That's all I had.
Okay, given the hour, I'm going to suggest we vote on the motion. And Greg, I think we're starting with you. So Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Oh, actually,
huh?
Sorry, I vote no on the first one. The second one, I am okay with continuing it.
Okay. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
I vote yes. Councilmember Filsa.
Yeah.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
And Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Okay, that motion passes. Thank you, everyone, for being here tonight. And I guess we will continue the rest of this, hopefully, very soon. So we have one last action item. Hopefully, it's a short one. We can move on to item number 14. It's designation of voting delegate and alternate.
I move Lydia.
Tom, you're on mute, Tom.
No, I muted myself. I'm sorry, Councilmember Filsa.
I move Lydia.
Second.
Okay, so we also need an alternate. Can we do this all in one motion?
I plan to attend it, but I don't think there's a lot of need for an alternate, because Councilmember Koo is going to, she's been very committed to this, but if no one else is planning on attending or wants to, I would be glad to be the alternate. I don't think it'll matter.
Okay.
Okay, I move Lydia as the main and and Pat as the alternate, and Lydia's dog as the second alternate.
Okay, getting a little punchy here. There's no hands.
He's gonna be there, right?
I don't see any hands. Let's go ahead and vote. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
I'll vote yes. Councilmember Filsa.
Yep.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes, and thank you.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
And Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Fastest item ever. Thank you, guys. All right, so we'll move on to Councilmember questions, comments, and announcements. Councilmember Cormack.
We had a few BOSCA meetings and discussions and emails over the course of our break, and more information will be forthcoming. Just a reminder that while we are not currently under mandatory water restrictions, the situation is getting worse and worse around us. So just a reminder.
I have just a few quick ones. So we had a lot of outdoor events during the summer, and I want to really thank staff as well as some of the volunteers that helped make that happen. After the World of Music Month in June, we started our summer concert schedule. There have also been other groups throwing concerts in our parks, which has been great. I do want to highlight that we really have a need for emergency prep volunteers at all levels. I think COVID has dwindled the ranks. And so we should really put out the word and help get more folks involved. And I also want to just point out that there were a couple of big items tonight on consent. As Vice Mayor Burt pointed out, the grade crossing agreement is huge. I also wanted to point out the East Palo Alto intertie, which I think is also very significant given the water situation. Councilmember Koo.
Yes, thank you. So I attended on behalf of Vice Mayor Burt to the local policy makers group, which is the Caltrain local policy makers group. They had informed and wanted to kind of spread the message that their services will ramp up starting in August effective August 30th. And they will be launching a marketing and communications campaign saying that they're going to be coming back into full service, including their baby bullets. So just so everybody knows. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, not seeing any other hands. Welcome back again, and thank you. Meeting adjourned.
Thanks.